Oh my god. Ooh, no, that was. Well, glad nobody was there to see that. Wait a second, there's something weird. I'm not sure if it's going for. Okay, keep murder, leave me alone. I'm not sure if it's going for the stream, but I hear some sort of static in my earphones. I can fix that if I just oh fuck shit, I hit my mic. Sorry. I feel like maybe the jack caught loose. Well, since nobody's there anyway, might as well check. Oh, I still hear a bit of it, even though I am quote unquote fixed it. I don't know. Oh, I'm here's hoping it doesn't go through the stream. And it's just only me the one that's hearing that. Look at Max! Man! I still can't quite believe what just happened. A man died in court. I know. I inquired with the bailiff after the court session was adjourned, and it seems Mr. Vigil was taken to the hospital to recover. And whose fault is that? Right. Well, 10 years ago now, Mr. Vigil attempted to commit suicide by jumping out of the window of the prison governor's office. But ever since then, he's completely blocked out the memory of those events from his mind. Nobody knew his secret, not his family, not even the man himself. But I forced it out into the open. Yeah, are we going to get sued for that? Was that technically malpractice? But at the same time, I didn't start it. Was it wrong of me to do that? Did I overstep the mark? I wonder. Well, I guess we're gonna have to wait to find out if we eventually get a notice from the... Once again, we are banned from court. Reno! Oh, Iris. You were miles away. Anyway, I brewed a fresh pot of soothing tea for you. Ooh, the shows. Well, not shows, the sweet tea. Oh, thank you. You and Susie have had an exhausting day so far, haven't you? Oh! Thank you, Iris. How thoughtful of you. Do you happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is? When we came out of the courtroom back in the defendant's antechambers, he disappeared. Oh, no, I don't know. He just suddenly sprang to his feet and left. All he said was, I must leave. My people need me! I wonder if he's pursuing the mystery of Inspector Rexon's death. Well, you know what Hurley's always saying, don't you? There are mysteries in this world that should perhaps never be solved. Does he always say that? For the construction of a solution comes only at the expense of the destruction of something else. Has he always said that? What does that mean? He knows very well that when you open someone else's old wounds, you often open your own too. I guess Vigil wasn't the only one traumatized by our whole display. But he just can't take his own advice and leave it alone. Solving mysteries is too important to me. That's so true. But that's what I like about Hurley, after all. I suppose there are a lot of that's the lot of the great detective. In some ways, I think it's so then, let's have tea, and then I'll give you a hand. Oh, do you have time, Iris? She's 10. Why wouldn't she have time? She has all the time in the world. Yes, I finished this month's manuscript at last, with barely a day to spare before the deadline. Oh, I'm so looking forward to it. A brand new story to read at the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. Sherlock Holmes! You know, I always hate Hurley's viral glint in the days before I have a deadline. You do? Or Mr. Holmes? I'm sure that's very wise, Iris. How sensible of you. Now then, my dear fellows, let's make a plan of action before we continue our investigation. Wait, why do you hide it? It's still same shit. The violin's there, so you didn't do a very good job hiding it, perhaps. I don't know what that is. I don't know what happened there. I don't know what that place was about. The Reaper's I was about to make a very crass joke. But you know what? Since nobody's here, the Reaper's virginity, also known as. So, how did it go in court this morning? Well, we still don't know the truth about what really happened, but one thing seems to be clear. Lord Van Zieks definitely didn't do it. Oh, Kitty! Yes, that's right. We managed to uncover several new facts as well. Oh, really? And there was another development too. Kazuma. Yes, it's quite clear now. That Kazuma-sama is not himself. I mean, I think that was clear from the moment you saw him with a mask on. The way he's acting, it's almost as if he's possessed. The ghosts! I know, I mean, at the end of the proceedings earlier, it was like a bloodhound the way he was chasing down Mr. Fidget's forgotten past. It's not normal, so mercilessly persistent. You would know, wouldn't you? What's going on in his head, I wonder? I'm just imagining it's just like the pop can. Nothing's going on between those eyes, you know? I really need to sit down with Kazuma and try to understand what is going on. Is that the date? Are we gonna have a date? His virginity, okay. If Gregson was really murdered the day before his body was discovered, then Lord Van Zieks had to be innocent. What? The day before? Well, that should be easy enough to work out. Just by examining the corpse, surely. Yes, you would expect so, but curiously, no time of death was included in the autopsy report. Yeah, what is it about that? Didn't we just have a whole debacle about like an autopsy doctor? Professor? About the debacle of time and date of the death, and now it just literally happened again? That is curious. There are still unanswered questions about Lord Van Zieks, aren't there? I mean, what was he doing there in Frisco Street that day in the first place? Well, it did say he was investigating Gregson. But then the issue stands, why was he investigating Gregson? Well, according to the man's testimony, he said he was investigating Inspector Gregson, didn't he? And it turns out that the room was actually the inspector's secret office. Ooh, that sounds like it has all the makings of a wonderfully devilish plot. Iris, someone died. But then, why was that notice board included in all those particular papers? Papers about cases with the link. That's me! I'm the Reaper! I'm starting to get a bad feeling about all this. Oh dear, that sounds more like something horribly devilish. We must start by looking into Inspector Crunch's movements of late. I never imagined I would have to be investigating the Inspector's movements. Well, according to the entry in his diary, he was carrying out an incognito investigation of the Red-Headed League the day before his death. Well, technically Vigil was. Oh, you mean he was doing the same as Hurley? Well, Mr. Sholmes was trying to apply, whereas the Inspector was supposed to be investigating. I do wish it had been the other way around. Anyway, as it turns out, the Inspector who went to investigate the Red-Headed League that day wasn't actually Gregson at all. It was Mr. Vigil, in the possession of Gregson's identification. You know what that sounds like to me? Establishing an alibi. Oh my! Yes, you're absolutely right, Iris. But why would Gregson need an alibi? It would appear that the Inspector has something to do that he wishes to keep secret. I don't believe it. I always thought he was just a harmless lover of fish and chips. But perhaps they were seasoned with something a little more potent than salt and vinegar. I think perhaps we should try to move away from the food analogies. Well, anyway, moving on. If Lord Van Zix felt the need to investigate Gregson, yes, I agree. We must try to find out what he knows. Yee! We're visiting him! Yay! Yay! And Mr. Vigil's condition. Vigil, we say? Isn't that the name of the lady who came to visit early yesterday? Oops, sorry. I need my mic. I very much need it, yes, but I also hit it with my... That's right. Moving my mic around. That's right, to ask Mr. Sholmes if he would help her to find her missing husband. Well, Mr. Sholmes completely passed the buck to us. Actually, didn't you say that Mr. Vigil had been taken to a hospital? Do you know which one? Ah, it's St. Sinners. I'm starting to wonder if all the other hospitals in London have closed down. Hey man, hey, come on. But that's amazing, Bruno! You found the lady's husband already! Well, I suppose I have, by accident. 10 years ago, while Mr. Vigil was the chief warder at the prison, he was responsible for overseeing the professor's incarceration. No! So, when the convict escaped, he was held responsible and immediately dismissed. Sometimes I really don't want to grow up. Aww! He's like you're as cute as you are. There's more. For 10 years after that, while he was ostensibly working as a fiddler, he also had another secret job. He was paid by Gregson to be his stand-in, to impersonate the Inspector. To impersonate Gregson? But why? I have absolutely no idea. Tina was right. I'm starting to think all adults are up to no good now. Including you, Bruno. What? I haven't paid anyone to impersonate me. That means he has ties to the professor and the inspector, and to Inspector Gregson. So I do think we ought to pay a visit to Mr. Vigil, don't you? Back to St. Sinners then. Well, I I think it's clear what we need to do, isn't it? Let us investigate, my two fellows! Oh, Iris! You're even more enthusiastic than usual today. If anyone has anything to hide, my special Wilson shooting iron will set them straight. That water pistol? It's stuffed full of piping hot, extra special glitter bomb. Oh dear. Then I'm quite sure it will be very effective. Let's go shoot someone then. You better be careful not to hide anything. Well, it feels a little strange that Mr. Schultz is nowhere to be seen. Let's go. Let's go and see what we can find out. Yes! Ah! Ah! Hi, John. Is there a reason we should be? Oh, we might run into Kazuma here. I knew it! I knew it! I knew it! Kazuma! No arguments, Prosecutor Asogi. You will continue the trial exactly as instructed. Is that clear? Perfect. Oh. It's Kazuma-sama! Defying Lord Strongheart by the sounds of it. He never did know when to back down. Oh, truer words have never been said. On your way now, Asogi. Jeez. Jeez. My lord. No! I thought I was just gonna leave without saying hi. Hello, baby girl. Come here often. Kazuma. He left without saying a word. He really did just goodbye. Just say leave. Ah! Bastard. I don't want to talk to you. I want to keep it with Kazuma. Yes. What are you doing here? Oh, I was just hoping to ask you a few questions if you wouldn't mind. I want advanced trial concluded today. Listen, not my fault. Your prosecutor is shit. But Prosecutor Asogi's unwelcome inquiries are going to make it take longer than necessary. Unwelcome inquiries. As a result, I'm losing even more precious time. Currently 2 hours, 55 minutes, and 41 seconds. 42, 43. Then we must resolve everything before 3 hours have passed, Mr. Danaga. The miraculous is not even 5 minutes. Anyway, I can't let the man's obvious bad mood put me off. I need information. I don't want to talk. Ooh, the Reaper. Okay, now I'm interested. Does Prosecutor Asogi's believe that Lord Vandix is the Reaper? I wouldn't know. It was 10 years ago, in that fateful closed case, that Lord Vandix made a name for himself among the judiciary. But the next trial he fought, he lost. Oh. Meant the ringleader of a criminal organization was acquitted, thanks to all the jurors being under duress. That's awful! The man's freedom was short-lived. He lasted just 3 days. Yes, let me see. He died in a rock slide at his place of work, I believe. Correct. That was the inauguration of the Reaper of Bailey. And the people believe Lord Vandix is responsible? He's just a little boy. Oh, look at the Reaper. He's just a little boy doing his best. He was brought to trial himself, but was shown to have been an accident. So, he must have had a solid alibi then. Nevertheless, the mysterious death continued. In total, 16 persons perished in unusual circumstances, ostensibly at the hand of the woman. That's the long run of coincidence, sis. Well, the Reaper's true identity may well be revealed by the trial. And the impact that revelation would have on the British public cannot be understated. Is that why it's a closed trial? Precisely. This country hasn't seen a closed trial for 10 years. So the last one is the Professors, the trial of Genshin Impact. Correct. Actually, we heard that originally you were going to prosecute the trial yourself, Lord Strongheart. Van Zees entreated me to relinquish the prosecution to him, that he might avenge his brother's death. And here we are, 10 years later. With the son of the man Van Zees is condemned now looking to avenge his father's death in the same way. Drama! That is some juicy drama though. I love that. Did you say what goes around comes around? However, it would seem sorry, it's hard to get back there after I drink some orange juice. That the New York prosecutor is harboring some ulterior motive as well. Kazuma is? I like my organization to run smoothly, in the exact manner that I prescribe. As with the giant crocodile. I didn't. No excuse. I won't tolerate a single cog being out of step with the others. Ah, so that's what all these gears are about in here. If the young man refuses to mesh with the others, with the other parts of my great machine, I will be forced to take steps. Ah, Kazuma! What do you mean? That's something with which you need to concern yourself. In any case, all your questions will be answered tomorrow. Now, I shall have to ask you to excuse me. As of this moment, I've been delayed for attending my meeting by precisely 3 hours. Oh boy, that is a long time. And I hold you entirely responsible. You were literally talking with Kazuma before we arrived. Kazuma, why did you always do this to me? Even though we miraculously managed to fit everything into not even 5 minutes? I wonder if you might agree to us, talking with Prosecutor Asogi? Please? Discussion between the defense and the prosecution outside the courtrooms are generally frowned upon. Generally, but not illegal. However, I will make an exception in this case. Now go! You can find him in his office? He has an office? Oh, thank you! Let's go see him at once! Mr. Naruto! Kazuma's my best friend in the world. Oh, but I'm really not at all sure I know how to talk to him at the moment. Oh. Kazuma! Prison. Maybe just hospital and prosecutor. Kazuma-sama, a prosecutor. Never imagined it possible. This is availing himself of this space at the moment. I love that. He is a cat that has taken the territory. It is his office now. Oof. Really? The picture, huh? Oh wow! Another soul So, this is the office of Prosecutor Asogi now, is it? Kazuma-sama is doing something for himself! Oh, look, it's the bats! Oh, he's not there. Even though he's always forced to kneel on the floor, Japanese style in that dark corner? It's his habit to sit season style whenever he's working. Oh, I thought we had Iris. Where is she? Well, it looks like our journey here was wasted. The prosecutor appears to be out. Perhaps we should discuss things with another prosecutor we know first? No! Susie, you have to see this shit. It's so fucking funny. Let's see, what have we here? Mr. Naruhodo. It would be very underhand to glean information from Kazuma-sama's office while he's absent. We should wait until he's here before we start nosing around. No! Oh, of course, of course. Yes. She doesn't think any nonsense when it comes to Kazuma, does she? Susie, come on! It's all funny! Dang it. Oh. Time to speak with him! Oh, he's reading a book now, okay! Well, nice to know you're comfy in here. Oh wow, he's sitting cross-legged and ever. He can barely fit in that chair. Lord Van Zix is reading. Look. He doesn't seem like he wants visitors, does he? But he must have noticed that we're here, surely. Yeah. Okay. I thought you were gonna ignore me. What do you Nipponese want? That's no way to greet the lawyer who's trying his hardest to prove your innocence, is it? Perhaps not. I apologize. So, what can I do for you, Mr. Naruhodo? Lord Van Zix, speaking earnestly! Oh, my father will live over London for the first time in months tomorrow! Because that's still very, very strange. I must say, I was impressed. Oh, well, thank you. Not by you, by your fellow Nipponese, your prosecutor friend. You've been with him for 3 months. Come on, man. Oh, really? You think that was a good prosecution? Jeez. Oh, I see. Yes. It's sardonic, don't you think? For a man such as me, so loading of Nipponese, to be entirely at the mercy of the two of you. I suppose it's retribution for having played the part of the Reaper all these years. Played the part? Still have all of this stuff. I don't think I can show anything to him. Hey, let me just try. What is his dialogue when he says something weird to him? Wig, is this yours? Wig. Yes, Mama Wig. What's that? It's just something I was hoping to ask your opinion about. That's all. It's a serious crime for the defense to attempt to extract information from the prosecution by illegal means. You little. I think we have more of the defense and client relationship now, don't we? Okay, that's it. Okay. He didn't acknowledge that. Oh, these are so juicy. You once told me that you blindly allowed people to believe you were the Reaper because it helped reduce the amount of serious crimes that took place in London. If keeping quiet and playing the part benefits the cause I myself am committed to pursuing, then why would I choose to say anything? But the henchmen of the criminal killed by the Reaper attacked you only the other day. And that was just the most recent of the many attempts on your life, wasn't it? Someone is clearly profiting from your silence after all this. Someone is using you. Believe me, ever since the Reaper first appeared, I've been doing my utmost to expose him, or rather, expose the organization.
It's a whole organization? That is the wrong place for Susie.
It's inconceivable that all those accidents were orchestrated by one man. No, the Reaper always appears to have very accurate information about the accused in each case. So it's someone from the inside, which can only be that somebody at Scotland Yard was involved.
Someone at... You can't mean...
It's taken me many years, but I've identified a central figure in this Reaper organization. Tobias Gregson.
No! No! Gregson? The Reaper? So, the reason you were investigating Inspector Gregson is because you intended to expose him as the Reaper?
As I said, the Reaper of the Bailey is no single person. It's a highly secret organization with close ties to Scotland Yard. But there's no doubt that Gregson was a key member of the organization.
I don't believe it. Are you saying that he was behind all those awful criminals? Meeting their...
Gregson didn't do the dirty work himself.
Oh!
He was a tactician. His job was to covertly investigate the mark and plot their assassinations. In order to do that without arousing suspicion, he regularly needed a firm alibi.
Which is where Mr. Vigil came in. Oh shit, this is Rinofke!
Iris moved, so I thought it was her! Which is where Mr. Vigil came in, posing as the inspector. Vigil knows nothing of the Reaper, but the room he rents on Fresno Street is almost certainly the headquarters. I didn't read the last part, shoot. Gregson would have met the assassin there for briefings.
So, you don't actually know who carried out the killings then?
Actually, I do have a name.
Who? What? Say! Well, if you can name the man, you have the true identity of the Reaper already then!
Or, if I can name the woman.
Woman? Oh!
She's a young woman by the name of Asashi.
God damn it, Ace Attorney! So that was Asian, okay.
Assassin.
I bet my lap. Wait, what? Shin? Her? Are we ever gonna get a face for you?
Miss Assassin. The true name of a terrifying killer I know only too well.
Wait. Why would she kill Wilson then?
Because...
What? Why? Like, why?
Was he put in trial or something? Or was he prosecuted by the Reaper? She came to Japan posing as a visiting student and murdered Dr. John H. Wilson. Then, this would assume that the diplomatic protection would help her escape Japan and conviction. The mysterious woman was herself murdered in a small suburb of Egypt. That woman was actually the Reaper of the Bailey? Mr. Naruhodo, this perhaps isn't the place to discuss. No, of course not. We can't mention it here. The fact that she killed Dr. John H. Wilson. Because Iris doesn't know, and it's very likely that the vet was her father. Asa, shit! I should let my father know at once. Yes, I agree.
Okay. What do you have to say? What do you have to say first? What do you have to say?
Kazuma, isn't it? Kazuma Asogi. You say he's a friend of yours. My best friend. He's the whole reason I got to come to Britain. It was all on his merits. I have nothing but respect for him. Yes, I understand that only the very best students are selected for such opportunities.
Hi, Bummer Kids! Not date with Ryunosuke, date with the Reaper and Asogi. Hello, welcome. How have you been?
And I had a fine demonstration of how sharp he is in the proceedings earlier today. He missed nothing. In fact, his flawless performance very much reminded me of his father. Genshin Impact, the professor. It's true that the aristocracy at the time was the root of numerous grave societal problems. They were abusing their powers, playing with the common man as pawns in politics, in economics, in war. In many ways, Asogi was carving out a canker. What the fuck is that word? From society that we British couldn't deal with ourselves. I see. But that's precisely why it makes no sense. Clint Van Zees was a noble and upstanding man. He wasn't corrupt. Why did that damn Nipponese... Oh shit, should I say that? Am I allowed to say that? Shit, I kinda already said it, so... Why did the damn Nipponese have to go and take my brother's life? In spite of having once saved mine.
Giving you mouse enterprise, I think that is supposed to be like the case, right? This is kind of like a reflection from the newer games. I mean, it's basically like I haven't played the first games or the original games, but wasn't there also a case where Miles was the defendant? And that's basically what's happening here. I think almost to the same degree. Like, stupid idiots picked up the gun in a murder scene, and now they're the ones being blamed for it. Oh, was it an early case? I thought it was like, I thought it would be like the finale of the first game or something. Oh, Genshin Impact saved your life? It saved your life? How did that happen? Oh, really? The third of the first game? Damn. Ah! It was 10 years ago, on a foggy night. What was to be the professor's final strike had sent a wave of panic through the capital. So, Clint Van Zees had already been killed at this point then. Genshin and I were walking down some back street at the late hour. Oh man, imagine that though. Of course, at that point, I had no idea of the true nature of the man at my side. All of a sudden... Wait, was he being kidnapped? Wait, this is basically ruffian boys. Don't make a peep, you're coming with us! Oh! We were surrounded. Oh! He wasn't as thick before. he wasn't as thick. Wait. Just I need to take a screen cap of this. And send it to some peeps, as they would say. He was, oh man, imagine, 10 years can really fill you up, huh? I don't think you'll be able to fit in any of your clothes from 10 years ago. He said, bro, he was the best. He has the best names in the series. I don't know, man. We just found one. We had an assassin named Assassin. I don't know how I'll react to any other name aside from that. Oh, he has a ring. I'm looking at, why does he have a ring? I'm sorry. Oh man, see, babyface Van Zeke ends me every time.
All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. Clint was not only from a noble heritage, he was a brilliant prosecutor as well. The scum of London hated the sight of him, and they had no sympathy for his younger brother either.
Oh.
I'd been targeted several times before already.
Yeah, that's Van Zeke's alright. We've got him.
I only heard them murmuring amongst themselves, and I knew they were after me.
But he has Karuma.
But just when I thought my time had come.
Oh shit, what voice do I give Genshin Impact? Our top tier coming up with character names. Honestly, I think that's more on the localization team sometimes. Because I'm finding out some of the funny names are apparently just from the localization. They had a different name in Japanese. Like Shamspear was supposed to be like Purutenda something? And I forgot his original name.
If I let them kill you, Clint will never forgive me.
Oh shit, that was basically the same.
It was Isogi's voice, just a whisper in my ear.
Oh shit! Oh! Hey! Localization all over again. Ah, really? I haven't watched any JoJo yet. So I won't know the comparison to that.
After that, I don't remember what happened exactly. The next thing I knew, there was a silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He shielded me. 2 days later, they arrested him on suspicion of being London's most notorious mass murderer ever, the Professor.
How awful for you.
All at once, I lost the brother I revered and a foreign friend I held in such high regard. I'm so sorry, Lord Benedict. That's the end of my miserable tale. I never thought I'd recount it to anyone.
Well, thank you for confiding in me. The Professor, the Reaper, and Inspector Gregson. I wonder just how intimately related they are. I still can't quite believe that Gregson was essentially the Reaper, giving assassination orders to Giselle Brett. Mr. No, let's go and inform my father. I'm sure our government will want to hear about this new information. Oh, that means I get to meet your daddy, Susie! Hooray! Just literally in front of Van Zeke's in this prison cell. Yes, alright. Let's get back to Great Waterloo Hotel then. Just goodbye. I'll see you soon! Japanese names sound good. And some proper they get cheers. Filthy acts at a reasonable price. That's honestly funny. Honestly, considering the fact that I have no, I'm not that into like music or like into bands or like popular songs. In the generation that seems to be what I don't know, late 80s, early 90s kind of music, 1970s. I don't know, rock. I have no idea what genre they're supposed to be. But yeah, honestly, I would find that funnier. Because I probably wouldn't get the reference of Dirty Deeds done Dirt Cheaps. But filthy acts at a reasonable price is fucking hilarious just on its own.
So yeah, I thought it yesterday and I'm thinking it again today. This place is so princely. It's a wild guess, but I have a feeling you'll think the same tomorrow too.
My tea has finer fragrance than whatever they're serving in the tea room there, though. What did you say?
Ah, look what we have here. This is an unexpected pleasure. Hey, Daddy!
Father! Ew! Is that your daddy, Susie? How lovely!
What a charming young lady! And you are?
Very cute!
Ah, really? So you're the author of The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, are you?
That's me, Iris Wilson, at your service, sir. Susie's been such a wonderful friend to me over the last year, you know.
Well, Miss Wilson, I must say, I read your work regularly with much interest.
Iris actually lives with Mr. Schultz, you know, Father.
Is that so? Well, perhaps that goes some way to explaining that bright look in your eyes. You wouldn't be smiling so airily if you knew just how bright she is, believe me. Now then, young Naruto, it was a pleasure seeing you in action earlier. As an invitee at the symposium, I was allowed to observe in the gallery. After I twisted some arms, literally, he put them in like a judo hold, a chokehold. And I must say, it was truly exemplary performance. Oh well, thank you very much. Although I'm fairly sure you admitted by Kazuma at the end there.
Oh, poor you. No one appreciates him and his hard work.
No, please don't understand. It was you who impressed me.
Oh, that was a cute animation as well.
Really? You didn't miss a step against Ansogi, and we all know how capable he is. I mean, you wouldn't know he's technically your son at this point. Really, to have matured into such a fine defense lawyer in less than a year is quite extraordinary. It's very kind of you to say, and really nice to hear. What I saw in court today confirmed that I've been hoping for. The favor I mentioned yesterday, Madam. I trust you haven't forgotten. Oh, no, you didn't mention something, did you?
But first, we have something to report, Father.
Of course. Shall we take tea while we discuss matters further? I wonder where Judge Jigoku has gone to. About the Reaper!
Father, do you know about the so-called Reaper of the Bailey?
I've heard rumors. Some members of the judiciary explained it all to me yesterday. Of course, when I was a visiting student here in London, the Reaper was yet to emerge. Right, he didn't appear until after that case when the visiting student had already returned home. Lord Van Zeeks, who was in the dock today, that was Baroque, the younger brother of Clint Van Zeeks, I believe.
That's right. And he's known throughout London as the Reaper, as you've heard. But the truth is, it wasn't him behind all those mysterious deaths. It was somebody else.
I see. So, what you're saying, there's been a professional killer at work here. Exactly. Someone made a name of Asa Shin, in fact. I beg your pardon. Did you say Asa Shin? You mean that Giselle Brett woman who was responsible for killing my great friend? Oh no! Wait. Shh. Shut up. Iris doesn't know yet.
Oh no! A friend of yours was killed?
No, don't say anything. Professor Mikatoba, I think perhaps we shouldn't discuss this right now. because the friend the professor was talking about is Dr. John H. Wilson. And that's not something we want Iris to find out about. Not like this anyway. I'm pretty sure she's figured it out already, considering how smart she is. I thought we were supposed to talk about it! I've just remembered something. Biscuits! This hotel has the most delicious looking biscuits. That was rather out of the blue. She's doing this deliberately. I think I'll go and see if I can purchase some. I wonder, would you like to come too, Iris? Ooh, yes! You just try to leave me behind. Yeah, she knows, she knows. So that young girl is called Iris Wilson, is she? Yes, that's right. And she's the author of all those adventure stories starring the great detective shows I Take a Sip. But the name of the credited author isn't Iris, is it? It's Dr. John H. Wilson. Yes, I know. It's the name of her father, you see. Her father! Dr. John H. Wilson. I was deeply indebted to the man for all the kindness he showed me during my time in London. That's why I was keen to reciprocate and invite him to the Imperial University 4 years ago. But he was murdered last year by Giselle Brett. Why? Why would the hand of the Reaper stretch all the way to Japan? Iris knows nothing about that case, but it is very likely that the victim, Dr. Wilson, was her father. Well, I can't say that we ever spoke about his family, so I don't know if he had a daughter or not. But I think I can say with some certainty that he was never the great detective's partner. Oh! Sippy. So, it could have been another Dr. Wilson, I think. Oh, well, John and Wilson are both common names after all. Still, it's probably best not to mention this to the young lady until we can be sure. That's what we thought, yes. We're back! With cinnamon biscuits! Oh, they smell delicious, Iris! I think cinnamon will go very well with the tea they serve here. Don't you, Susie? Yes, I'm sure you're right, Iris. Hey, Jigoku, where's your breast, where's your breasty? I haven't seen Jigoku for a while, have you? Have you? Guilty! But that guilty is still ringing in my ears. No, now you mention it. I haven't seen him since this morning either. I suppose since the symposium was pretty much postponed, he'll have gone to explore at the great exhibition. That reminds me of something you mentioned yesterday. About Jigoku having once been in the dock himself? Oh, right. Yes, it was all tied up with the accursed trial. A close trial because of his father. Seishiro was trying to mitigate Genshin's guilt, so he took the stand to testify. But he got a little carried away and, actually managed to break the witness stand. These guys! Wait, is that lore? Is that lore? Because of Jigoku, all of like the witness stance, defense stance, and the prosecution stance have been like reinforced. So that's why when you kind of slam them or slap them or kick them in some instances, they don't break. I like this lore. It was just Jigoku himself. Oh my! He also said some contemptuous words about the British Empire, for which he was charged. Oh dear, although it's worryingly easy to imagine him doing that. Well, it was all worth it in the end. He was acquitted and was returned home to Japan together, and we returned home to Japan together. Thank goodness! Ah yes, talking of Sage, you know. I have a copy of the photograph we all took together here yesterday. Please. Oh, it's so cute! Oh, what a lovely picture!
Ryunosuke! It's so cute! He certainly seems to shout, "We've arrived in Britain!" Wait! Why? Why is that evidence? Is there something behind it? No. Are we going to talk about this briefcase or something? Is that gonna be important, or his fan? That's so cute though. None of us had any idea what was coming when we took that, did we?
No, that's so true.
The favor. The favore. So, you mentioned a favor that you'd like to ask of me.
Well, this fateful trial that you're fighting. One way or another, it will be over before long. And when it is, I'd like you to accompany me back to Japan.
What? You want me to do... What?
Father, what's the meaning of this?
Now, Susato, you should understand. You've seen how our courts work firsthand. Japan's judicial system is its infancy, especially when it comes to defense.
Oh, you mean...
The Supreme Court of Judicature is in desperate need of a good defense lawyer.
Oh, but...
As soon as possible. Really quite urgently, in fact.
But... I've not even been in London a year yet!
I've read all of Susato's reports. I'm well aware of your extraordinary talents. And having seen you in action with my own eyes earlier today, there's no question. You, Naruhodo, are precisely the man our country needs.
So, you'd be leaving then, Bruno? But then, what am I supposed to do, Father?
You came here to serve as Asogi's judicial assistant. Oh yes, she's supposed to be Kazuma's assistant. Our government is still in the process of deciding how best to deal with his situation. You've always chosen your own path, Susato, and I trust your judgment in this matter also.
Father!
Please, the pair of you, don't look so downcast. It's merely a suggestion, you understand? I hope, if I'm honest, but I won't force you.
I don't want to go back to Japan, though.
All I ask is that you consider it and come to the decision by the time this trial concludes.
But I don't want to go back to Japan.
Yes, all right.
You won't leave, will you, Bruno?
The thought hadn't even crossed my mind. But until now, I've just been trying to do what I believe to be Kazuma's will. But it turns out that he's still alive, so where does that leave me? Well, if you'll excuse me now, I need to telegram government ministers and the Japanese police with the information about Asashi.
Of course, Father. Thank you.
I look forward to next month's installment, Miss Wilson.
Good! And please, do come to Baker Street sometimes, won't you? I'd love to entertain you.
I would be delighted. The best of luck tomorrow, Naruhodo. And give my suggestion your full consideration, won't you?
I don't want to go back.
Yes, I will. Going back home?
I mean, Ryunosuke, you're a hotshot here. I'm just saying. You're living with a great detective. Your best friend is with the other hot man. They're both prosecutors. You could potentially always meet them in court and outside of court. But what are you in Japan? You're an English student who doesn't know how to read English.
You know, Kazuma-sama has always meant a great deal to my father. I'm sure he'd love the chance to meet with him and talk to him about all of this. Oh,
I mean, technically, yeah, he is his son by this point.
yes, no doubt. Shit.
What?
Who is this?
Of course, it's so obvious. Oh, it's him! How could I have neglected to consider the possibility before now? Mr. Sholmes!
Ellie! Where have you been?
Why, I joined you all for tea, of course. Oh no! Fuck, is he not working? God damn it! Dang it! My sound alert's not working now. No! Alright, let me get with that. I'll fix that. I have no idea why it's not working. I listen, I'm gonna make sure your points are worth it. I'm not gonna scam you out of that. No! Your perfect timing! Sound alerts, why are you not working? You silly little bitch. Don't worry, I'll get it for you. One way or another. Oh my god, I have to sneeze. I have to sneeze but my nose is all itchy. Jeez. Like, you know that stuff where like it's so itchy inside your nose but nothing comes out. Oh my god. Ah, and I just really want to freaking just get it over with, but it won't. It hurts. Wait, 1 second. Maybe my browser source isn't. Don't lie to me. What do you mean it's offline? Sorry about that, guys. No idea what they say when it's offline.
Oh no, he's hot!
I got it eventually! I'm gonna fix that. Why is it saying my browser source is offline? I'm literally using OBS. What is wrong with you? I'll do that after the stream. I have no intention of scamming people in my streams, okay? Got there eventually. Leave that open for now, just in case anyone else wants to. wait, Sholmes' voice. Why, I joined you all for tea, of course, with an extraordinary question. What an extraordinary question? I didn't notice you at all. No matter. Anyway, to more pressing matters of concern. Mr. Naruhodo! Oh, yes? I must dispatch a telegram to your country at once. It is a matter of much urgency. Okay. To Japan. Tell me, to whom may I entrust this task? Quickly now, who? Okay. Well... My father has just now left to send a telegram to the Imperial Police Bureau of Japan himself. Let's see. Well, he looks reliable enough for a bearded fellow. A bearded fellow?
I don't think what my father sports could be considered a beard, Mr. Sholmes.
There's not a moment to lose. Kindly ask your trusty, unshaven father to see this. What is your damage, Sholmes? What do you have against beards?
I will, but what is it?
No questions at this time, if you please, Mrs. Satobu. All we can do is pray that for once, my deduction is Ari. Doesn't that imply that your deductions are normally correct, Mr. Sholmes? Is it not exactly? No then! You may be surprised to learn that I am a very busy man. I certainly have no time to hide behind CTs and eavesdrop in other people's conversations. And that's what your joining us for tea meant. I'll leave the sending to this your hand then, my dear fellows. He hasn't smiled once. It kind of bothers. Wait a minute, Mr. Sholmes!
He just sort of ran off, didn't he? At quite a pace.
And left the unpaid bill for tea behind too. Sholmes never changed. Do you have it? It looks so weird. Jikoku looks like he could be Naruto's dad, I won't lie.
I must catch up with my father's telegram office at once. And I'll run and call it now, straight away.
And there was me thinking everyone would be clamoring to pay Mr. Sholmes' bill. Okay, prosecutor's office! Prosecutor's office! Kazuma! Yeah! Ooh! Sir. His ass is so... Ooh! My man has an ass. Oh, hi, Matt! Hello, Matt. Thank you so much for the follow. You really had to go and follow just when I said he has an ass, huh? Kazuma. Ooh, the music! Why you do this to me? And also, I'm kind of sad. Good. You know what, Matt? Good on you. Same. I'm also kind of sad. I don't think I've heard Samurai with a mission or Kazuma Asogi Nocturne ever since he discovered his true identity. The Mass Apprentice's true identity. And I'm missing it. But that also means when I hear it again, it's going to absolutely obliterate me. I thought it wouldn't be long before you paid me a visit, Minosuke. I was right about what I said, wasn't I? Sorry? But you have all the makings of a great defense lawyer. Don't look at me like that with your smile. With your soothing smile. I hate this man. I hate this game so much. The floating. Well, I always believed that you could fulfill your dream of advocating in the British courts. I just never imagined for 1 second that it would be as a prosecutor.
Soon you stand for a foreign courtroom, so gallantly realizing your dream. Kazuma-sama, I'm truly happy for you.
Aww. Just had to know he was being a bitch. And I'm truly thankful to you, Judicial Assistant Hikotoba. You know, and like, really, they had to do that. I was having a moment with my boy. I always thought it would be fun for you and I to shake up the British legal system a little together. I need to take that screenshot as well. Sorry. I take all the screenshots. Why did I take a screenshot when I disconnected? Fuck me, I'm so dumb.
This isn't quite how I envisaged it, but I suppose it's just another twist of fate.
Sir, can you breathe in your clothes?
I've learned a lot of things during my time in London. But Jose Santos' father was himself a student here once, along with Judge Tibuki. And about what happened with your father, then you'll have no difficulty understanding why I had no choice, why I had to find a way to get to Britain as a visiting student myself.
I mean, it's really admirable. The lengths you went for that.
I want to hear it from you, Kazuma. As you wish, you're Nosuke Naruhodo.
Oh God! Put your arms back down. Your clothes, literally. Wait!
I have to present this. I have to. Kazuma, this is your armband. Actually, I think it's yours now. Sorry? You're the defense lawyer. You have a talent for it. I've always known that you would. I always know that you would. And now, you've chosen to take that path in life. As your friend, I couldn't be happier for you. Or more proud.
Shut the fuck up, Kazuma!
Kazuma! So, you keep hold of that. Besides, I'm a prosecutor now. The armband would have no meaning for me.
Well, if you're sure, thank you. My friend!
Wait. One second. How about that? Just have to tell the girls. What if I give him complete nonsense? Kazuma, put on this wig. Yes, Mama Queen, wig. Kazuma, what do you make of this? There's only one place where defense lawyers and prosecutors should discuss evidence, the courtroom.
I mean, you're right. Come on, it's friends.
So it seems you're so confused by the situation.
Don't be mean to me.
That's what I make of it. Shut the fuck up, I'll kill you. I get a feeling my friend's always going to have that edge over me, isn't he?
Fine. Wait!
Kusato, this room is funny as fuck. Lord Benji's fine collection of hollow chalices and bottles all need to line up.
Wait! We have Kazuma with us that was going to shit on Bad Zeke's taste! Yes!
Yes, he's extremely particular about all that. He has a strict regime for everything, from the storage of the cash to the bottling of the contents. Gosh, he must be having a really tough time of it being his apprentice. Actually, no. You like it here?
Oh?
He's so particular about it all, and refuses to let anybody else touch any of it. So, it's been quite easy for me, in fact. Talk about weird. There's Lord Vanzy's incredibly stylish desk. It's not my style, though. No, I noticed you've been working at a little table on the floor, kneeling down Seiza style. I thought it was some kind of punishment set up by Lord Van Zeek when I first saw it. find it most comfortable way to work. I can't do it. After a couple of minutes of sitting with my legs folded under me, I start to go tingly. Don't exaggerate, Leonosuke. We both know you can't even manage a minute. Call me out on my bullshit, fine. Oh, you really are my best friend. I missed you so much. Okay, what do you have to say about the painting? Do you know who the man in the portrait is? You literally have a picture of Clint and Van Zeeks together. Come on, man. Why would I? Jesus. What? But you're Lord Van Zeek's apprentice. Yes, apprentice, not friend. And during the time I was suffering from amnesia, I didn't even notice that picture. What? Did amnesia make you go blind as well? No, really. I mean, it's not the smallest picture. I wouldn't have the first idea what a man decorates his office with. I really miss this, our time together. Did you make this? What the? It's a scale model of the crime scene. Oh, yes, I realized that. Does the prosecution office make a model of a scene for every single case? Apparently so. Sometimes it helps us visualize things better and notice things you hadn't noticed before. Actually, the miniature notice board is my work. Be honest, you enjoyed making that. Oh, I like this. I like this, in fact. Like, sure, if we're going to, like, take their word for it, that, or, well, not their, Sholmes in particular, word about it, that Ryunosuke is somehow the great detective's apprentice now for some weird reason, then that makes and the way they got along is because they like to dance around. And it would be very cute that Kazuha and Van Zeek got together because they like doing arts and crafts. Wait, let me see the notice board. Bruh, that looks like shit. No, I'm kidding. It's very wonderful. It's beautiful, dear. Look at this looks, apparently. Okay, the bats. You disturb the bats, did you? This is the kindness of Lord Van Zeeks, wouldn't you say? I love that we're talking shit about him now that he's not here. Actually, I've seen things flying in Lord Strathmore's office too. Doves, I think. Perhaps you have to like birds to attain rank in the judiciary. Bats aren't birds, dumbass. Oh, the bats are birds, of course, right? How about a sparrow for you? What's that supposed to be? Oh, nothing. Sorry, just thinking out loud. What is that? Casts for Tessile, just like the last time you were here. Hallowed barrels, I suppose. Dude, is that all alcohol? And does Van Zeeks intend to go for all of them? Jesus, man, get some help. They're arranged according to vintage, flavor, and region. Every week, they're all taken out and put back in order. What? Every week? Lord Van Zeek can't seem to settle on the perfect way to arrange them. Oh, it's just a puzzle. Vintage, flavor, and region don't live to one side. That's the trouble. Gosh, being his apprentice must be a real challenge. Actually, no. Oh? He considers his task too important to interest anybody else. So, he does it entirely on his own. No wonder he's so thick! He's just carrying barrels around every week. So there's a barrel of laughs here and in court then. Wow! Ryunosuke. Ah! You can't interact with his desk anymore! Bullshit. Fine, let's talk to him.
Peter's appearance, her father, the roots are also used. It's getting on for a year now since what happened on the SS Gloria. We were headed across the ocean from Japan to Great Britain. And a bizarre series of coincidences led to those tragic events. I thought I'd lost my best friend forever. How did you get lost? How did you get here? I must have been unconscious for a long time. When I awoke, I was lying in a bed. It was a narrow little room. There was a posy of flowers by the pillow. Oof! It took me a little while to realize that I was in the cabin of the ship. I slipped out of the room and headed up to the deck. You just walked? Were you already suffering from a vision at that point? Yes, I didn't know what had happened or where I was. There was just this voice in my head. You have something you have to do. Something no one else can know about. Go to Great Britain. Your task awaits you there. I wonder who that voice is. Or is it really just his conscience? There was a calling I couldn't ignore. It compelled me relentlessly. Out on deck, I saw that I was in a huge steamship and we were docked in a large port. It must have been Hong Kong! Yes. It must have been, presumably just before they were due to carry your body off the ship. I had no idea of the situation, but I did have a feeling that this was in some way my last chance. Jesus, dude, how did you survive? How did you not get kidnapped or something? For fuck's sake! So I concealed myself among the disembarking passengers and went ashore. Also, how did they mistake you for a corpse for like, what is it, a month or something? Or I guess a few weeks because or is it just a day? Because I forgot when they said they would be like disembarking on Hong Kong from phase 2. Then I disappeared into the crowded streets of that foreign port city. And so I could play my onward journey to Great Britain. Just under a year ago, with all my past memories lost to me, I was left behind in Hong Kong. Everything was foreign to me. Sights, sounds, smells. My head reeled. I was surely at a loss. Also, you couldn't understand anyone, right? I realized now that I'd escaped as a dead man, with nothing but the clothes at my back. No money, of course.
Oh, how terrifying for you.
Luckily though, I had 2 feathers in my cap. 2? What? One being your knowledge of English, I suppose. Ah, I thought like, you had a bird with you? That's right. And on the back of that, I was able to pick up some work as a deckhand at a cargo ship. Eventually, after calling us down to ports, I finally arrived at Dover. What must have been some 3 months ago now. Your formidable tenacity of purpose showing itself again. I mean, the man had lost his memory and had literally nothing to his name. But he still managed to make his way to London on the opposite side of the world. Of course, I had no idea what I would have heaven and earth to get here at that point. So, how did you end up becoming Lord Vance's apprentice? That can only be called an extraordinary stroke of luck, really. Yeah, I was saying, man, dude, you are fucking lucky with your whole adventure here. You see, I was stopped at the border because I had no papers. They took me straight to Scotland Yard, and by sheer coincidence, Lord Strongheart was there to attend the meeting. That's when the second feather in the cat came into play.
Would that have been your knowledge of the law?
Yes, exactly. Lord Strongheart was curious about an Easterner with an intimate knowledge of British law. He took me back with him to the Supreme Court and assigned me as the prosecutor's office. And then, 9 days ago...
Oh, wow!
You finally got your memories back after a trial involving rubber.
Jeez!
That is... Whoa! Yes, I did. Your father against an impact. Ever since I first met you at Yume, we talked about your dream. Mark my words, I'll be chosen as a visiting student and make my way to Great Britain someday. Oh, but imagine that though. He probably didn't share that dream. Or like his, oh well, I guess yeah, he's been sharing his dream a lot. Like with Sasato and I guess, Mikatoba. And I guess yeah, with everyone. Never mind, he's very vocal about his dream. Not as though it's that special. Did you know the entire time about what happened to your father here? 16 years ago. Oh! Look at him! He's a baby! Oh, he's so tiny! Oh, I want to pinch his cheek! He's so cute! Wow, look at his bright eyes! When my father left to that exciting trip to Great Britain, I was just a boy. We took a photograph together the day before his departure. That's my last memory of him. But what I remember most about my father is his unswerving sense of justice. Six years after he left, a gentleman called to our family home. He told me that Genshin, my father, had been taken ill in England and passed away. He was the Professor Mikatoba, their father, Sasato-san. Oh my! Ever since then, the professor was very good to me. He even helped to fund my university education at Yume. I'll be forever in his debt. But nevertheless, I just couldn't bring myself to believe what he told me. Oh! And one day, a letter arrived at our house from Britain. Huh? There was no indication of the sender, so I opened it, assuming it was from an old acquaintance of my father. What I read in that letter changed my entire life. What is it? What did it say? It said that my father had been a mass murderer, and the writer cursed the Asogi name. Who? Was it that Zeeks? Who would have said that letter? Oh no! As a result of that letter, I found out what had been hidden from me all those years. Who sent it? Presumably, the letter was sent from a relative of one of the victims. How did it get your address? If whoever it was had been a member of the judiciary, he could have been present at Will's trial. The letter revealed that my father had been sentenced to death, executed for being a killer. I'm so sorry you had to find out that way. I imagine that the British government did its very best to silence whoever sent that letter. But someone who knew the truth and couldn't bear the resentment was always going to be a problem. But still, it could have been written by anyone. Why would you believe such a thing? There was a newspaper cutting included with the letter. It was the first I'd ever heard of the professor and his terrible killing spree. Well, what did my father have to say about that letter? I couldn't bring myself to show it to him. What? Why not? Because he deliberately concealed the truth from me by telling me my father was taken by a fatal illness. Jesus, man, you're being so serious, but would you expose your foot like that? I'm just looking at how fucking tight that suit is. And I couldn't have been easy for him, and I'd done it out of his consideration for my feelings. Oh, this is a pose. So instead, I showed the letter to Judge Jigoku. Ooh. Ah, the other visiting student. He faltered for the briefest of moments, and then he just laughed the letter off. But in that moment, I I saw it in his face. He was undeniably shocked, shaken momentarily before recovering his poise. And Jigoku never mentioned that to Mikoto ba? A year later, my bereaved mother succumbed to the strain of grief, and she too passed away. Oh man! That's when I made up my mind that one day, without fail, I would cross the seas to Britain and seek the truth for myself. Maybe! The truth about my father, yes, you asshole. And I wouldn't let anyone stand in my way. How did you get Karuma back? Because I saw like your dad had it.
Oh, Kazuma-sama?
Oh? Well? Do you really think that Van Zeeks did it though? I don't think he does. He just wants to press the trial to go in a certain direction so he can find out the truth. What we learned today in court turned things completely on their head. It was an impressive piece of lawyering, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Lord Van Zeeks isn't the Reaper, you know. I almost don't want to believe it myself, but it turns out that Inspector Gregson himself, the victim, was. It's clear that the Inspector was behind the Reaper's activity all along. What? You knew? What? You mean, you knew? I really am just turning into Ryunosuke during this whole playthrough, huh? The real question is, who's been giving orders to the Inspector? So someone is higher up than him. Yes, Baroque Van Zeeks is the real Reaper. No! Well, I guess it wouldn't. And I know that 10 years ago, it was him who decided my father must be the mass murderer and sent him to his grave. Did any of you consider there's a third party?
No! He was merely seeing that justice is done as the law dictates. He not to blame.
Ultimately, it's people who condemn people. The law is just a tool that they use to do it. And when a man condemns another, he must take responsibility for his actions. Of course he must. But I know for certain that my father would never have taken another man's life.
Kazuma.
On the contrary, my father's life was taken by the Reaper. This is messy. Hey, you get anything new? Oh, I want to present this picture. Will it matter? Okay. Nope. It's not a piece of evidence, but I haven't used it in court at all yet. Bitch, what if it's just a lovely little trinket? What about this? I don't know what else to do with them. Is it because I don't have any evidence yet? Kazuma, you sit your ass down, okay? I will be right back. Kiss for the road. I have to talk to the, I guess him. I don't think there's anything else. They're still here. Is there like really no hidden stuff? Like I couldn't have missed it. You guys are still here. You guys haven't moved. So let's talk to Vigil. Using timeline save. Let's go 5 instead of 5 o'clock and 5 left. My advances arrived. Yes. With the floor, something should probably. So Sato, shut up. Something you probably told yourself once upon a time, I imagine. Yes, I'd learned that lesson by bitter experience. I would have turned and run a mile for sure.
Which may not have done you any favors either.
Catches your eyes and enter your room, doesn't it? It's such a bright color, so I'm under pressure. Yes, they can possibly give me any redhead stand out with a sore thumb.
I'm afraid I don't like Japanese hair. we stand out almost as much as.
What? Are you telling me black hair doesn't exist in London?
I suppose that's true.
You mustn't think of committing any crimes, she said. I wasn't! Never imagined that this little figure would turn out to be a watch fighter.
I suppose it's a policeman because the pocket watch has a gift from Scotland Yard. It seems that they're much instructor than realize he's clearly a brilliant man.
It's the fish and chips that threw us off. I feel as though it ruined his image.
I really don't think we should claim one of Britain's staple cuisines.
But think about it. Imagine if it was Mr. Scholes. How would you feel if instead of old briar pipe that's always in his hand, Mr. Scholes had a bag of chips?
Rather disappointed, if I'm honest.
Exactly. This revolver, who does it belong to?
Well, we know it's a type of issue member of the police force and the shirt.
But Brexton's own gun was found in his person.
Of course, Lord Van Sickle admitted to losing the firearm which he was in investigation. Such absent-mindedness, not dissimilar to you, Mr. Naruhodo.
I'm starting to think the cold, hard prosecutor and I would become friends after all. Yes!
Then I wish you very success!
This detailed case is sketching back on 10 years on a notice board. He has a history of Lord Van Sickle's defeats in court.
I don't think it's appropriate description. Although, when you consider everything in the board, it's certainly true that all these people had a background of dubious dealings.
And in the end, of course, the board itself, which is the inspector's own death.
Oh my, I really think it's there thinking about it.
Photograph of Mrs. Vigil.
Realizing the identity of this lady was a very great clue to exposing Mr. Gossip's true identity. He obviously loves his wife very dearly.
Aww.
Which is why he felt he couldn't tell her the truth.
Transformation was incredible, wasn't it? Just from that one big twisted lip.
Yes, I went to extraordinary efforts to play the part of Hugh Boone convincingly.
Although it didn't really seem like it was much of an effort to me.
How you say it, I have to agree.
And almost as if it was Mr. Vigil's true character. Don't be mean!
People really are very hard to fathom.
Don't be mean! Wait, I'm looking for like the blood splatter. How did you slip on that? It's unlikely to just slip on that.
This is the one where Mr. Vigil was brought, apparently.
To be frank, I'm a little worried about seeing him again.
The lawyer. Hello again. Are you feeling better now, Mr. Vigil?
Yes, thank you. Somewhat better. I'm so sort of positive. I mean, it was because of me. I hadn't exposed your secrets and forced you to remember things you're obviously trying to forget. The prosecutor was here until a few moments ago, too. Just missed him. Wait, what? I mean, I guess it makes sense if you consider the timeline that they went somewhere else before. But it would be so fucking funny if I went to, like, Kazuma's office, his office, station work, and then go back, and then come here and we just miss him. Thank you so much, Bumperkins, for the high grade. Oh, Kazuma beat us to it. He said as much. He said much the same as you. He was very apologetic. But the truth is, I brought all this upon myself.
Aw, he's just a man. He's just a little man. Please, don't think like that.
Keeping it from Evie, my wife, all these years, I've carried such a sense of guilt. But
That's not the worst of it. Over time, I obviously came to deceive myself as well.
You mean about your dismissal?
Looking back now, I'm beginning to think that perhaps Inspector Brixton didn't stumble across me by accident at all. I mean, he compensated me so generously for acting as the stand-in. He was clearly concerned for my well-being and doing what he could do to help. Perhaps Brixton knew exactly what had become of Mr. Vigil all along. I'm sure this deserves for 10 years of lies and deception, but...
Hi, Yash! Alright, I have no idea. It's like very out of character for him, considering like he's just a sad little man, and then he just like wide gestures like that. But yeah, well, I don't know if it's called JoJo posing. It wasn't me that helped the professor escape 10 years ago. It wasn't me! I swear it! I swear it's true!
Oh, Mr. Vigil. I'm sure you'd rather not dredge up even more from your past at a time, but if possible, could you tell us exactly what really happened?
I want to. I need to get all of this off my chest. I just want someone to tell me what I should have done. Is there anything? Okay, what's the thing? Let's see. Tendency to jump from windows. Remember to place cushion on your base of wall outside. That is so mean. Aren't we a story from the ground here? Aren't we a story up from the ground here?
Oh dear, poor Mr. Vigil.
Can't help feeling that there's a better solution to the problem than a cushion, though. Finding something you lost is always a happy experience, it turns out. Oh, is it always a happy experience? Pursuing the truth can be a very dark business sometimes, can't it?
Yes, I'm afraid it can.
There's all sorts of benefits to cabin legs, the safety of everyone else. Yes, you're right. Imagine if you're a package or try some pillows. Oh. Have a sleep. Okay. Is it? Oh, we have the crutches back. Little bottles of cabin aren't there. Do you think there's safety somewhere there? Yeah, I'm sure you. Wait, this is the same dialogue. Ah, the patient treatment notes, what do they say? Endlessly obliging. I suppose that's referring to the patient in his bed.
I would think so, and until Mr. Vigil is a little more stable, it's probably just as well that he has the kind of person in his neighboring bed.
The endlessly part is a little worrying, though, isn't it? I mean, what if Mr. Vigil suddenly declared that he'd like to take a trip out of the window? Would this endlessly obliging patient simply open it for him and say, "Be my guest"? Why are you...
Let's check with the doctor later.
Ah, look! A pair of crutches. Before we came to Britain, I hadn't realized what they were used for here as well.
I imagine they were imported from Japan from Great Britain in the first place. Into Japan.
Oh, so no one in all of Japan broke a leg before their arrival? Anyway, the sight of these things doesn't bring back good memories for me.
Oh dear, did you injure yourself once and need to use some?
When I was little, I thought they looked fun, so I borrowed a pair to play with. But then I slipped and sprained my ankle. I see. They contain powerful magic, those wooden staffs. The power to heal and the power to harm.
I think a certain cheeky little boy managed to cause the harm all by himself.
Oh! Okay, let's talk to Vigil. Listener request. The convict Asoki! Inspector Brixton was obviously engaged in a special operation of some sort. He was investigating something that even Scotland Yard couldn't know about. Details of the Reaper's marks, yes. It was when he was carrying out those investigations that he would take his identification and that I would take his identification in impersonating him. He
pretend to be inspector and carry out investigations on his behalf. Oh dear. Why is it like that? Wait. Why did it look like it was a wriggling worm? Oh, no, never. A common street peddler couldn't possibly carry out a proper police investigation. All I would do is go to the specified location and make a little hoo-ha. A little hoo-ha? Just something to leave an impression, so everyone there would think a detective called Gregson was here.
So, that's what you were doing on the day prior to the incident?
Yes, he asked me to make an appearance at the park on Lime Street for the Red-Headed League event. So, as usual, I flashed the inspector identification around and was very vocal about my presence.
And then you were taken away prisoner by those red-headed fraudsters!
Yes. So you would always make a point of showing Gregson's identification and generally being loud? That's what the inspector asked me to do, yes.
Well, that's one way of being a legendary detective, I suppose. Not a good one, though.
And as you know, I suffered this bruising around my neck at their hands. But the following day, they kept their word and released me. Without returning the inspector's identification to you, however. We had arranged to meet in Fresno's street room at 5 that day so I could report back to the inspector. But at the agreed time, that's when I heard the gunshot. Prisoners. It was at midnight on 7th June, 10 years ago. That was the time scheduled for the execution. But the professor's execution never actually took place, did it?
Or rather, the execution itself must have been used to affect the plan of escape. I hardly dare to imagine what a chilling plan it was.
Barclay was renowned for being the highest security prison in the country. Everything that went in or out of the place was searched multiple times. But there was one notable exception. Or rather, one notable loophole. Something that was never questioned. I have a feeling I know what that loophole was now. The coffins into which the bodies of the executed convicts were placed, correct? Yes. Once the coroner had confirmed the death of a condemned convict, the body was taken in its coffin for immediate burial in Logan Cemetery just behind the prison. The chief warder first had to assign us necessary papers. And after that, no member of staff was permitted to touch the coffin containing the body again. When executions took place, only the executioner and the coroner were permitted inside the chamber. I would wait in the adjacent room for the word that the condemned convict was dead. On that occasion, once I had the confirmation, I went into the mortuary to find a lone coffin as usual. The procedure was that I would sign the paperwork having checked the coffin, then nail it shut. But for some reason that day, the coffin was already nailed shut.
No!
I didn't think anything of it at the time. I assumed that my deputy must have checked the coffin and nailed it shut before I arrived.
So, you mean the coffin contained...
Yes, I can only imagine that Asolgi, having escaped his execution somehow, was alive inside the coffin. So that would also say Dr. Steve was compliant with his escape. The coffin was then taken out from the main gates and deposited in Logan Cemetery.
Presumably, there wouldn't have been enough air inside to be for long.
So, in the early hours following the burial, somebody dug up the coffin again and set Genshin free.
But in the end, he was fatally shot in the graveyard anyway.
Yeah, who shot him?
What on earth really happened in Logan Cemetery that night, I wonder?
I'm afraid I really don't know. All I can say with certainty are two things. Asolgi couldn't have escaped that way without help from somebody working in the prison. And that somebody was not me. Oh, I feel sorry for the guy! seconding a soldier. Obviously, you knew the man then. The professor, I mean. Genshin Impact. Yes, I remember him well, in fact. Would you mind telling us what you know? Well, having been condemned to death as he was, and the contact I had with the man was short, obviously. After the trial, which was carried out behind closed doors, attended only by elite members of the judiciary, they called for his execution to be carried out at the earliest possible opportunity. The outcome of the trial was set for the beginning, wasn't it?
It was a time of delicate diplomacy when Britain and Japan were in the process of signing an important treaty. That means that this potentially destabilizing case had to be dealt with swiftly and discreetly.
The man had less than a week in total. As I was the chief warder, I oversaw his short stay in the cells until his final hour. I remember being struck deeply by his noble character and incredible resilience.
What do you mean exactly?
He was a killer of many men, but he was always quiet and polite. He was a gentleman and a man of intellect. In fact, I couldn't bring myself to believe what he'd done, so I asked him one day, "Do you go to work in those clothes? Those fine members of the aristocracy whose lives were taken, were you really responsible?" "I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes."
I wonder who that is. He said human life, so I assumed only one.
The following day, closed trial took place. The verdict was a surprise. Guilty. That night, when he was brought back to his cell, I saw something unusual.
Something unusual. What?
The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. As I said, there was another night following his trial after he'd been found guilty. I was doing the rounds of the cells, and when I looked into Asogi, I noticed that he seemed to have a sheet of paper in his hand. His last will and testament again, presumably. As soon as he noticed me, he hurriedly shoved it behind his back.
But why did you find that unusual? Isn't it normal for a man to pen a will when he knows his debt is dying?
Yes, that's true, but there were special conditions to Asogi's incarceration. What sort of conditions? Well, even though he was held in a cell designed for condemned inmates, he was allowed to keep his personal effects with him, with one exception, his sword.
Really? He was allowed his things?
That is unusual, certainly. Of course, he'd been convicted of killing 5 members of the aristocracy, but at the same time, he was a guest in a country from the Empire of Japan. The powers that be were determined. His final days shouldn't be needlessly uncomfortable.
And what was the exception you mentioned? To the personal effects he was allowed his sword.
That's the point. He wasn't permitted to have writing materials.
Why?
Specifically, no pens or papers.
Why? So, he was prevented from leaving any written records of what had happened to him.
Yes, that was the long and short of it. I have had no idea where he obtained that paper, and the writing materials would have been confiscated from him upon his incarceration. As I said, he hid the paper behind his back and then he pleaded with me. What did you just hide behind your back? Please, turn a blind eye. This is my lifeline. But you know it's against the rules. You're the only person who'll see. If you just agree to keep quiet. Alright then, but what's on that paper? a last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. How can a will be a weapon? So I decided to pretend I didn't see it, and I let him keep his will. But then, later, it just seemed to vanish without trace. What? What do you mean it vanished?
It would seem that isn't the end of the story of this mysterious well.
Well, sisters. I was the only person who saw a soldier's will, but somehow it disappeared. It was after Asogi's execution.
Which was actually an elaborate jailbreak.
The warders gathered up Asogi's possessions and were in his cell. They were all to be sent back to his family home in Japan, you see.
Poor Kazuma-sama.
And you're saying that it wasn't anywhere to be found amongst his personal effects? The will, I mean? That's right, though I didn't search through them myself. But Governor Kaden was livid. He was screaming, "Ekere have disappeared completely!"
That doesn't quite make sense though, does it?
In what way?
Well, it understood that only Mr. Vigil was aware of the will's existence. In which case, how did the prison governor know to look for it?
Oh yes, you're right! I really don't know how he knew, but he certainly seemed to have as though he knew of the will's existence from the outset. Only he didn't refer to it as a will. What he said was, the Asogi Papers.
The Asogi Papers?
I really can't tell you anything of the subsequent events. Because, well, of what happened. The dismissal, and the way you blocked it all from your memory. I forgot all this until today. I don't suppose it's relevant to the case though. Well, anyway, thank you very much for sharing it with us, Mr. Vigil. We're very grateful. I'm afraid there's really little more I can tell you. My wife Evie will be here shortly, so I do hope I don't appear rude, but... No, not at all. Thank you again.
But what will become of you now?
Well, impersonating a police officer is a criminal offense. Of course. Oh, poor guy! I imagine that once I'm fully recovered, I shall be arrested. I'm so sorry. Don't be, please. This is all my own doing. I always knew that this day would come. Well, I wish you well. Goodbye, Mr. Vigil. Ah! Before you go, there's just one thing. Oh, yes, what is it? The Asogi Papers. I'd be very grateful if you make no mention of this thing I told you about them. I told you about them? Huh? You make no mention of them. Presumably for some good reason. It's my understanding that their very existence is a closely guarded secret. Well, we basically exposed all of the government's secrets at this point. You're not scaring me. If it became known that I'd remember, well, it could be rather troublesome. I think. I understand. Some sort of will that Genshin Asogi penned just before his death, which the man himself claimed was his last weapon. He knew something. I wonder. Perhaps it had something to do with his plan to escape. If there's anyone who might know more about this document than Kazuma's father left behind,
It would be Mr. Vigil's governor. Then we know precisely where we must go. Back to Barclay Prison.
oh, Oh man! Oh, this poor guy! Oh.
Well, at least he seems to be on the mend. You know, his disguise as Mr. Gossip was really quite masterful, wasn't it?
I can't remember anything about it except for that floppy lip.
I imagine not even his wife would have recognized him.
Perhaps, but did he really have to take it quite so far? Don't be mean! Oh. I'm assuming we need to present something to us all. Okay, I need to take a little bathroom break. I will be back almost immediately. Trust me, 2 minutes. You can even count it down. BRB. As well.
Impact.
It looks okay. I was gonna say, did my tracking look like it's off? It kind of does happen. Like, it loses my tracking and then comes back. Yes, and it's into my. And yes, redo that real quick. Sorry, guys. I really hope this thing with my okay. Oh, back, are you? Yes. Hello. Over all about investigations, I hold report. I read the report just now. There's no text to speech in this century yet. You found me, Vigil.
Yes, luckily.
Well, anywho, the that is the network involved. So, the case is not to do with Barclay. I would never like you. Got the wrong idea about that.
Of course, yes. Mr. Vigil stopped working here 10 years ago now, so... Yes! We've seen his dismissal notice, haven't we? He was given the chop.
Hey, come on. Come very well. So, how about the wee handcuff biscuit?
Oh! They really are like little handcuffs. And as hard as iron, too.
So, what the children say?
Thank you so much for the hydrate and the posture check. I just sat down, so my posture is kind of normal for now. Haven't sunk down to shrimping just yet. Thank you so much for the drink. Well, there's something else I'd like to ask you about, actually.
Is that so? We believe there might have been documents that disappeared from Genshin Asogi's cell. I think it's been called the Asogi Papers or something. Did I not say Greg's dad was hard to do with nothing about what happened at Barclay? I don't know, man. I just gave up like halfway through that sentence. Leave the past in the past, laddie. Let's not futter about with relevant details. His expression changed completely. They're clearly onto something here. People here do not know how to lie. Jesus Christ. Hey Iris, what do you think about this? Oh, sorry. We don't get Iris's better than anything. 10-year-old legacy. The murderers botched the execution. The whole miserable escape. They were Barclay's darkest hour, A shocking embarrassment. Because the convict had a collaborator in the prison staff, you mean? Hey, for shame. The coroner who confirmed the death of the man after his execution, Courtney Seath, and my chief father at the time, Vigil, who was in charge of the whole affair.
But Mr. Vigil said he didn't know anything about it.
Your rascal wouldn't say otherwise, eh? More handcuffs?
Oh, how could I say no? You can never have too much iron in your diet. When Mr. Vigil was having his dismissal notice as a result of what had happened, he was so despairing, he jumped out of your office window, didn't he?
I don't like to say, but that's just Vigil trying to get hold of it. Do you think he wouldn't have jumped from the shock of his crime exposed, eh? I do. You wouldn't say otherwise though, would you? Of course, I could have shot all responsibility. Let's say myself, ooh, those cookies really did a number. I had a little bomb. I shouldn't have let him deceive me. Actually, there's barely anybody that can what went on at the top now. We Gregson haven't been murdered and Dr. C is forbidden from having any visitors. No visitors? Someone else doesn't want to be in.
Well, we're not going home empty-handed.
Then when they dream of sending you back with walk him out. Here, take a handcuff or two.
Oh, well, it would be rude to say no. We didn't want to become anemic.
I suppose there's anybody who might work out the apple back ends. Maybe the last from the forensics division, Maria Gory.
Maria Gory?
Hey, Stit's daughter. She didn't have no more, just the one.
Wait, why do they have different last names?
But the wee bairns followed her mom's footsteps. You didn't ever see her without a scalpel in her hands. Oh shit.
Ah! The freaking plague doctor, little girl.
Mama, where's this?
Ah! Where did she spring from? And she just called the doctor Mama? Dr. Sheet's daughter, Maria Gory.
If she is,
But this would stop talking to her. Gory. So, Dr. Sheet's daughter, but her surname is Gory?
hey, there's some family. I'm sure I didn't can and some food to them. She grew up watching her mom's work eat the body before she died in face service. And decided to do the same with her own life. How can I understand it myself?
Perhaps she was driven by a deep respect for her mother?
Perhaps. Anywho, she was in charge of Greg's autopsy, I believe.
Right. That's the party responsible for the report.
Someone told me once that the wee lassie always loved her mom's story about gold. There's even a rumor that she used to listen to the funeral march as a lullaby. Oh, come on. That's so...
Well, then perhaps her mother might have told her about the autopsy from the case 10 years ago.
Hey, I'd say there's a fighting chance at least. After all, that was a life-changing case for all of us.
Really? Just because it's glory not itself for anything. Well, thank you very much.
I'm no happy about any part of this. I'm so curious of what it is to finally forget the whole professor business. When you don't give up on this, laddie, stop asking pointless questions.
I'm sorry. I don't think dredging up these painful memories. I don't like dredging these painful memories of everyone.
Can you just stay away, me? What the fuck? Leave me alone and then I come back, eh?
Wait, I still have something to ask you about.
How'd you come to care about that, laddie? There's no many folks even here in the prison who've heard of those papers.
Well, I can't tell him Mr. Vigil told me. I'm afraid our sources must remain confidential, sir. We've been led to believe that papers are actually a last will and testament, is that right? The professors, or rather, Genshin Asogi's.
Hey, that's right. You're well informed, Jimmy.
Oh, said the end of the silence. But then, after the conversation, you should have mysteriously vanished from the cell.
There's no. You're off the half-cock.
Oh no, is he having like just a stiffy that's just half hard? It isn't full on yet?
I think you didn't quite get the facts straight. It was there in the cell, exactly where it should have been.
Oh. I would be heard elsewhere.
Let me just have a wee poke around. I'm sure I can find it. Hey, here they are. See?
Last will and testament of Genshin Asogi, written with a calligraphy brush.
Of course, you cannot read a word of Japanese squiggles. But my mind says he is always wearing the possessions he sent back in his homeland.
Yes, that's correct. That's the gist of it. So these are the Asogi papers?
Hey, of course they are. Papers written well soggy. They're diluted. There's no mystery here, laddie. That's your lot. After all, the Star Master that sails the river against the Kyosho. We sent the best possession back to his clan in Japan, and that was the end of it.
I think we ought to make a record of the teaching that one. Just in case. The only weapon I have.
One thing before you go your way, Mr. Murahodo.
I just want to see that. I, Genshin Asogi, hereby request that upon my death, any and all material possession will belong to me in London was delivered to my son, Kazuma Asogi, in the Empire of Japan. It is a deep sadness that I accept my fate in this foreign land, and I acknowledge that I will never see the homeland or family again, but I regret nothing about my chosen path. Oh, yes?
Those papers are not what to do with Gergson's death. I prefer if you didn't make no mention of them outside of this prison, or office, or rather. I wouldn't just prefer it, consider it an order from the highest level of all government.
I understand. Can we show this to Kazuma? Kazuma, I have something for you! Hey, Matt!
The music is so good here, I hate it.
Hey, what happened to think of this? What do you mean?
it! Azuma, use your head sometimes. Where is the... Where's the... Enjoying relaxing atmosphere. It's amazing. This place seems to be rather super fantasy. Oh my god, Susato! There's no Oh. So this is it, but what do you want? What do you want me to present here? I showed you the fucking Genshin Impact papers. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Oh, sorry. Wait, never mind. What do you want me to present? You want me to see the picture? I'm gonna present to you everything in my pocket, you little shit, until you give me an answer. Hey, they want to see that dancing protect me as a bee. I don't get it. Oh, what? I was shocked when I found out that they were related to the case, the red-headed vegan. Personally, it wasn't their plan to swindle everyone that survived. It was the fact that so many red-headed people gathered from all over London that day. A certain great detective being amongst them. I expect those two are in their cells as we speak, wishing they never dreamt of their little plan. Maybe they're busy plotting their next one. That's it! I'm gonna present to you everything, you know? You won't react to the Genshin Impact papers. I don't know what you want me to react. I'm gonna brute force this. It's really not having a... No. What do you see? Do you see a picture of a woman that's absolutely does not react? Patient. Find my... There's nothing I can do to examine it. Why won't you accept this, you piece of shit? Asking if I ask everything. What do you want? Your picture isn't one. And before it actually is the one, and I just wasted another 10 minutes. Oh, that's different. The Reaper. At last, I'll get to take my revenge. Kazuma, Lord Francis isn't responsible for your father's death, and he's not the Reaper. He's the defendant and disturbing of a fair trial. You mean, like the one my father had? Yeah, you. Probably not the best call. It's a close trial now too. The conditions are exactly as they were 10 years ago. Even if it ruffles some feathers, I have a plan to show the man who... to show the man for what he really is. Kazuma. Okay, that's it. I didn't expect to get a reaction from that picture. I'm brute forcing. Oh right! The autopsy, because it's rather gory. It's probably gonna like nearest to her? This came after the trial, didn't it? Sounds a little dubious, and the fact that no time of that was recorded on Inspector officer reports. Yes, there were some unexpected turns in that courtroom earlier. The suggestion you came up with certainly took everyone by surprise. The idea that the victim died to this day at some other location is quite something. Well, considering the pocket watch had stopped and the scorch marks on the candle, it's certainly a distinct possibility. The evidence and the scene both point to it. To be honest, it bothers me too. So I paid a visit to the autopsy room earlier. The coroner responsible wasn't there, but I got a name. It's Dr. Gory.
If it wouldn't trouble you, Cousin would very much like to speak in corridor 2.
Of course, the last thing I want is for everything to be brushed under the carpet. Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory is behind Lowgate Cemetery. Lowgate Cemetery? My Barclay prison. Ah, you know it, do you? The prison where my father was incarcerated and robbed of his life.
Kazuma-sama.
Well, thank you. We'll pay a visit to the laboratory later today. Oh, that's it. Okay. Ryunosuke, I want to thank you. What for? For this. They finally did it! They finally played Nocturne again! You safeguarded the soul of the Sogi clan. Well, it is a famous sword that's been in your family for generations. My only side regret is that I never got a chance to draw it before I returned it to you. Karma is said to have been forged by a master swordsmith during the Sengoku Warring State period. I come from a long lineage of warriors, many of whom were expert swordsmen. Well then, you're a chip off the old block, I'd say. This blade, Karama, is the symbol of the Sogi clan's honor and might. Apparently, one of my father's apprentices even took the blade's name for a surname. Oh no! Shit! Oh god, no, dear. Oh no, let's not tell Kazuma about the future we know. What happened to one of the people who took the name of Von Karma? Really? Karma? That does sound formidable, that's for sure. 16 years ago, when my father was a visiting student here in London, he had his sword forever at his side. Which is why it means so much to me that I have it by my side again now too. Oh, look at this smile! And that is all thanks to you. His eyelashes are so long. Oh my god. It was an honor. Now, I have preparations to make for tomorrow. Perhaps I said a little too much. Kazuma, you've changed. No, Ryunosuke. I haven't changed at all. It's you who's changed. I can completely understand your resentment of Lord Van Deek's giving you happened. But the fact is, those events in this case are, well, unrelated. Is that what you want to say? How can you be so sure? What do you mean? Never mind. I'm going to choke you with that cravat around your neck, then speak to me! That man is too weak, and it's for that reason that the inspector is killed. I'm going to prove as much before tomorrow, by whatever means necessary. I can't let you do that, Kazuma. I know you'll do what you'll have to do as a lawyer. But I'm sure I don't need to tell you that I won't be taking any prisoners in the courtroom. I would expect nothing less. Until tomorrow then, at the Old Bailey. Okay! I wanna talk to you more. I miss the times when he called me, oh god, bestie and then partner when we go back to those days. This place really is creepy, isn't it?
Well, being in that room, it's probably full of spirits of the dissected. But actually, there's a rather pleasing scent of roses in the air. Well, being in that room, the coroner probably needs a bold scent like that to mask the odor of death.
Iris, do you think we could change the subject?
What was that?
Dr. Gory? Oh no.
What?
The noise before.
I was sharpening my tools.
I'd be that neat if I didn't keep a perfectly clean edge on them. Right.
Then following the collagen fibers in the dermis, an expertly sharpened scalpel. Cuts like cheese. Would you like me to demonstrate? Oh, yes, please. I'd love to see. Then, I think you'll do nicely.
No, I wouldn't do nicely. I mean, maybe some other time. What was that taunt? Well, we came here to ask questions, so... Stop. Don't. Now look at this! What a magnificent display case! The chair has been polished to high sheen and the intricate carvings and brilliant lesser catfish are very skill learning.
It's 10 people.
Pardon?
It's made from the bones of 10 people, all mixed together. Some of my best work.
I was admiring the case, actually. The scary skeleton beside us. Something I intended to ignore as best I can.
You're strange. I wonder who's strangest.
Burbs.
That looks like an owl and a crow up there.
I know, and they haven't even fledged since we came.
Well, no, they wouldn't have. They're taxidermy nuts.
I think you're gonna say that. I try very hard to tell myself they're just sleeping with their eyes open.
Yes, I think perhaps you're wise to put something like the Daruma doll in display the office instead.
Okay, no comment from her. This looks different before.
Of course, Mr. Naruhodo. Miss Gori is a young maiden. She has all sorts of charming little dolls and the lake around her place of work. Look!
Is she in her records? Whoa! Well, this is a spoiler. We haven't revealed the face yet. Oopsies. She's 19. Jesus. She's only a year older from Gina? Oh, fuck, girl. Oh, yes, you're right. Perhaps she's not rich after all.
They're how I practice.
Sorry?
Mama always says that the operations in executives require speed and accuracy. So, I take out my needle and thread and stitch 3 new dolls every day.
Ah, right.
I used to make livers or kidneys or intestines, but Mama told me to make something more friendly instead. That's quite different from what I imagined.
Just save, because I just realized I haven't saved since the beginning of this video.
all the bottles and the shelves in these cabinets, but an assortment of chemicals. These ones are all labeled highly toxic.
It's boring. Is there liver sugars? Oh yes. It's all dialogue. All dialogue. Size because they're like fruit liquors or something.
That jar you're looking up right there contains monkey brains.
Oh my!
The composition is similar to a human brain, so they make for interesting study material. And in the next year along, we have
No more monkey anythings, please.
if you say so. Oh dear. The time when I still thought it was just some pickles and negotiable plums seem no longer already.
Table and a set of sharp tools with consideration in their solution is important to the data and disturbing. This is all text.
That's a memorized dissection table. It's too high for me though.
It is.
If I fell from a height in my sleep, it would really hurt.
What? You mean you sleep in there?
Autopsy work is very involved. It's usually too late to think about going home when I've finished. But I have bad dreams when I sleep here, and I always end up falling onto the floor. So, I'd like to exchange a table for a lower one.
Maybe you should just go home. That's all. You don't like have a ledger here like glass like time of death. We have actually met before. I'm a lawyer, if you remember.
You're not dead yet.
What?
So, Mama said I wasn't able to cut you open. She's so strict about things like that.
This is the making of Jack the Ripper. Well, good.
Dr. Seed has some scruples at least. Oh dear. It looks like she's not interested in talking to us for the time being anyway.
For the time being, until we die? I hope that's the way up. Sorry, but I wasn't planning on dying anytime soon. Surely there's some less drastic way of making her listen. Okay, let's present the autopsy report to her, I guess. Dr. Gory, we actually came here to ask you about this.
He was very good.
Good? Sorry?
His skin didn't snag my blade once, and very little mess. His joints dislocated easily, and his muscle tissues was a pleasure to work with.
We can skip those details.
But there is one thing about the report that's caught my attention.
You don't seem to have a recorded time of death. Oh, there we go.
That's not my fault.
Well, like, I'm kind of sad that I looked at her thing now because I kind of got spoiled with what her looks like under it. But, damn, shit. Oh, that made me jump.
Then please, tell us what happened.
Time of death. So, why doesn't this autopsy report include the victim's time of death then? It's really the most crucial detail. Okay, bye.
I was told not to write it.
Oh. What? By whom?
My own Strongheart, the Lord Chief Justice. He came here.
Lord Strongheart came?
He said that from the witness's statement about the gunshot and the other evidence was obvious. The man clearly died at 5 p.m. on 1st November when the gunshot was heard. But that's not the time of death you wrote on the report. You didn't write anything. Was there some reason you didn't include it?
Dr. Gory, if you're hiding something under Lord Strongheart's instructions, then sooner or later, you're going to go to the... Oh wow, You're going to go the same way as your mother. Oh wow! Tact?
What? Give it here, Dad.
Huh? Why's she scribbling so furiously?
There.
You've written.
What? What's written? Tell us!
Indeterminate.
But...
Indeterminate. God, it's hard to talk. What do you mean by that? Why was the time of death indeterminate?
When the specimen was brought in, it was still fresh. So the time of death could easily have coincided with when the gunshot was heard. But there was one small discrepancy.
What discrepancy?
There was some fried fish in the pocket of the specimen's overcoat.
Oh.
And that fish had started to rot.
Ew! Ew! What?
If the victim liked fried fish, he presumably liked to eat it before it went off.
Well, yes. What are you really trying to say?
It's possible that someone tried to manipulate the apparent time of death.
Manipulate the... Is that even possible to do?
Theoretically, if you were to chill the body at night, you could delay the onset of petrification. And if the overcoat wasn't in the body at the time,
then only the fish would have started to rot.
With today's science, it's not that possible to determine if the body was chilled or not.
But today's science is advanced enough to let you freeze a corpse, it seems.
But surely, to chill a corpse like that would require enormous electrical refrigerator. And I don't imagine any households in London are equipped with such a device. No, definitely not. But maybe in a factory? Or some other special places? I don't recall seeing any factories or such like on Fresno Street though. I wonder if the inspector body had been killed somehow.
What might the actual time of death have been? Like, can we ask her what the onset of rotting fish is?
I can't say for sure. But at the most, it might have been a day earlier.
No.
In other words, it would corroborate with the previous deduction, Mr. Naruhodo. That Inspector Gregson was killed a day before his body was discovered at a different location.
Yeah, but if he was frozen, then how did he well, I guess, yeah, they did like touch upon that it was maybe like chicken's blood or something that was there. Did you inform Lord Stronghorn of this possibility?
He simply said that there was no electrical refrigerators on the sites in that city.
Oh, yes, one other thing. It's something the governor of Barclay Prison told us. He said that your mother, Dr. Seath, was responsible for confirming the death of the professor after his execution.
The professor?
Oof. Apparently, you always enjoyed listening to your mother's stories about her work, so we were wondering if you might know something about what happened 10 years ago.
That's not all Mama did.
Sorry?
My Mama carried out the autopsy of Clint Van Zeeks as well.
Oh, her eyes are shining. Okay. What? Really? The brother of Lord Van Zeeks, the prosecutor's final victim, the professor's final victim.
The idea of carrying out an autopsy on a member of the aristocracy was completely unthinkable back then. But the detective in charge of the investigation insisted that it was miraculously authorized. The detective being Inspector Gregson, of course.
Quite an accomplishment for one man.
That autopsy provided the voice of clue to arrest the killer. And Mama was there for that historic event.
What does all this mean?
You know, that amazing autopsy happened right here in this very room. The professor and Clint Van Zeeks. They both spent their final moments before the burial on the dissection table there. And the slab, Mama's slab, was instrumental in some of the country's most important events. She really is proud of her mother. I wonder if you'd tell us more about what exactly happened back then, Dr. Corey?
Okay. That is a weird setup.
The professor's execution was Mama's first big case. She had to be in attendance at Barclay Prison Execution Chamber and send a certificate to confirm the convict's death. Mama is the best coroner in the world, you know. I was so proud of her.
But the execution didn't actually take place.
No, and worse still, Mama actually helped with the jailbreak. I didn't want to know.
Oh dear, you found out recently, you mean?
I believed in her, in Mama, but now I wonder if I'm starting down the same path as her.
You mean because you omitted the time of death on this autopsy report? But that's because Lord Strongheart prevented you from including it.
Just like Mama, I'm sure she was coerced by somebody too.
Yes, that's my feeling as well.
There's no doubt that there was some powerful forces to play 10 years ago. The execution couldn't have been staged without a lot of people at the prison knowing about it. Obviously, the prison governor must have been on it as well. That big man with the little handcuffs? According to what he told us, he was shot by the chief warder. He says he knows nothing about it. Of course he said that. I'd say the same thing.
Just who was behind that jailbreak all those years ago? Oh god. Okay. Oh god. Okay. You mentioned the autopsy of Clint Van Zees.
It was at a time when carrying out autopsies of murder victims was very unusual. It's still not a practice that's observed in our country even now. It turned out that he was the professor's final victim, and when the autopsy was performed, Mama was present, although only as a secondary assistant. The person leading the procedure was called Dr. John H. Wilson.
Oh no! Wait!
That's right, my daddy!
Oh, she knew. Okay.
And there was one other person present, the primary assistant. He was a visiting student from the Far East.
That would be Mikotoba. Wait, a visiting student?
It must have been my father, Eugene Mikotoba.
I had no idea Professor Mikotoba had been involved in something so important.
But the outcome of that historic autopsy was the discovery of a vital piece of evidence that led to the capture of the professor.
So, that's how they came to identify Genshin Asogi as the infamous mass murderer. Do you happen to know anything about that piece of evidence? Can you tell us any more?
Would you like to see the records for yourself?
Would that be alright?
What's the point of keeping records when people can't look at them? They're filed under V at the back of the cupboards with the other records from the last decade.
Thank you!
Let's see. Van Zees. That's strange. What, Mr. Naruhodo?
They aren't here. There's nothing under Van Zees.
There must be.
Perhaps somebody took them away?
No one's allowed to take documents related to the professor case out of this room. But you're right. They're gone!
Well, when was the last time somebody looked at them? Do you remember?
It was...
Oh god, what is that face? Oh my god, she's being possessed.
Ah, yes, I remember now. It was 2 years ago. A consulting detective came one day, saying that he'd like to see the records.
Sherlock.
No, you don't mean... Sherlock Holmes is his name. Deep down, I knew that was good.
Her design is very cute, I will say, but not with this face. Not with this face.
Do you think he stole the records? Oh no, surely not. Iris, that can't be right, can it? Iris? You know. I hope you don't mind, but...
What is it, Iris?
I've just remembered something very important I have to do. I'm going to have to leave you now. Oh, this is very sudden, Iris. Well, we'll come visit then. Oh, no, there's no need. You and Runa can take your time here. Bye for now then. Good luck.
Oh, no.
Wait a minute, little girl.
Huh? Me? Oh god, the music came back with her.
I remember now. You've been here before, haven't you?
Oh, no.
Have you, Iris? Yes, 2 years ago, when the detective came. You were with him, weren't you? You were a living specimen then, too.
That's the way it usually works, yes.
Was I? I really don't remember. Anyway, sorry, I mustache.
Wait, Iris.
I'll brew up a pot for when you get home.
What's the matter with her? She's behaving really strangely all of a sudden. Well, in that case, we won't keep you any longer either.
It's been quite a while since I had many visitors. This is really fun. But next time you come, I'd prefer it if you are ready for this section.
I can't make any promises, sorry. It's a bit strange that the records of Twin Man disease autopsy have disappeared. But we keep it as all we came to ask. Wait, why is everything unchecked? Let's have a closer look at this. Then again, let's not. At least not while she's armed. Oh, okay. I'm assuming we go back to Baker Street. Oh, okay, we're going to Fresno Street. Interesting. Are we gonna find Sherlock there? We're gonna do a dance of deduction. Oh, what's this? There's suddenly a box. The police are still busily investigating in here then.
But Gina's nowhere to be seen. Where is she?
Yes, it has been blissfully quiet, hasn't it? Perhaps she's out investigating on her own, practicing with what her boss taught her.
Well, I suspect she'll be back before too long. Shall we wait?
Actually, there's something different about this room since the last time we were here, isn't there?
You can always use time to investigate more thoroughly.
This box. This little trunk wasn't here before, was it?
Oh, it appears to be made of metal and must be very heavy. I wonder who it belongs.
There's some initials on the outside. Take a look. TG. Let's ask one of the policemen if they know how it came to be here. That's probably Gina. What you think you're doing? That's my trunk, that is. Hands off! Gina! Where were you hiding? I don't know. You left something on the tongue for a few seconds, and every Tom, Dick, and Harry's got gritty eyes on it. Wow. Just so I guess, Gina, but... Well, spit it out, Otto. Is it fair to say that you've only owned this trunk since this morning's trial? What are you trying to say? Come on, this trunk with me everywhere. Always has where you've been the last year. Trying not to incur your wrath, mainly. Hey, your boss. I should air up talking to yacht now. They should be ashamed of themselves. Just saying that it was the boss who killed all them blooders. Ah, you mean the whole Reaper thing? Yeah. Partly, the boss was investigating stuff that no one else in the yards knew nothing about. Stuff to do with all them criminals who got all off scot-free. Yes, the ones prosecuted by Lord Van Zeeks who used bribery and corruption to evade conviction. Well, obviously, it was the Bloomin' Reaper giving the orders, wasn't it? But why would people be suspecting Inspector Gregson of being involved in the killings? There was a notebook in his office. Why would he keep it in his office? Keep it at home, for God's sakes, dude. Oh no, this doesn't sound good. Details about all the crimes that have been pegged as the Reaper's work. What? No! Did you see it, Gina? Did you see the notebook? That one... Flamin' let me! Cause I'm an apprentice. Cause I'm just an apprentice, partly. But it was me who found it. And it was my boss. That's right. I was pretty miffed about it, so... As the pig and what said anyway. Oh! That's our Gina! So, you managed to see what was written in Rex's secret notebook anyway, did you? Well, I see it. It's my what to read what I wrote. Also, I thought you couldn't read. Didn't you you couldn't read Drebber's what do you call it? It wasn't a credit card, business card. Before. Also, where's Toby? And what have you written, Gina? Dates, times, places, names, and a long list of them. All details about the bloodthirst supposed to have been done by the Reaper. But there couldn't be an explanation for that. Perhaps it was record of the inspector's investigations into the Reaper's activities. Exactly, that's what I said. That's what the first thing you think, right? As it happens, it was full names I recognized anyway. Well, the Reaper's targets were most explicitly known leaders of London's criminal underground. Well, yeah, but there was one name right at the end that was a bit odd. At the end of the list, you mean? I'm pretty sure the date against it is 26th October. Oh, the day before the inspector was found dead. So, what was the odd name? It weren't like the names I've ever seen before. It was something like, nah, it's not good, I can't remember it. I don't think it was an English name, put it that way. Oh dear, what a pity. There was something else too. Don't know if it matters, but the same name kept coming up over and over. Scene, it was. Don't suppose it means anything, but... Did you say Shin? What? It does mean something. Lord Van Zeeks knew that name too. He mentioned her as well. The woman who actually did the deeds. And now, we find out her name appeared in Gregson's secret notebook. We haven't seen you for a little while, have we, Gina? Well, of course not. I've been busy, ain't I? Investigating that. The lads at the yard are trying to trace the boss's movements and then what happened. The day before, that would be the undercover investigation into the Red-Headed League then. Only the boss didn't go, did he? We found some coal was returning to BM, didn't you, Otto? Yes, that was Mr. Vigil, who actually went to the park on the live stream that day, posing as Rexy. Well, anyway, you ain't the only one serving stuff up. I've got my own ways of getting results. Tell me! When me and my partner ain't got together, there's nothing we can't track down. Oh, little Toby! That's such a faithful friend. So, have you tracked anything down there? What you think, eh? Of course we have! Can't you tell though? Police business in it. Anyway, the point is, I feel like I haven't need any help. You know what to talk to, right? Me and an owl out here. Right. Because he looks oh so hellish. Honest, he really is. He's a good boy. The hellhound. Gina, how about your hellhound here? Chief Inspector Toby, you mean? It's a part of the force, yes.
In Japan, police dogs means something quite different and not altogether nice to those involved in crime. But here in Britain, it's a wonderful compliment, it seems, for a canine at least.
It should be. After all, in the great exhibition case the other day, it's been bitten up by plants. Oh no, Anne! Hello, how are you? Do you feel any better? Aw man, good luck, dude. It was Toby here who managed to locate Rubber's workshop. Well, let's stop for another demonstration of what the super can do, eh? We have something the Chief Inspector could catch the scent of. The Chief Inspector. Maybe the red wig? The police book wouldn't do much. I guess the wig, right? Well, oh shit. What you got to call me? Nope. 1 second. Hey, favorite was the bad day. Oh man, Rep. How are you feeling, dude? I don't know how to cure hay fever. Aren't there like medicines about that? But also they make you like sleepy and pass out for the rest of the day. Have you been taking any medicine for it? Well, Chief Inspector Toby, if you wouldn't mind having a sniff at this. he might be a little too keen, don't you think? The Chief Inspector made short work of Gina there. That is so cute. Woof! Oh. Ah. Look, what is gone to? Oh my, the trunk clearly still has a very strong scent of Inspector Gregson. In other words, it must have belonged to him. Alright, it's a fair cop, suppose. And you nearly got away with it too.
You always talk so proudly of Chief Inspector Toby's nose and what it came to achieve. Did it not cross your mind that he might identify something that was right next to us?
That was a bit of a bloom. That's enough then. Now then, Gina. I think it's time you told us the truth about that trunk. That trunk. It weren't like that. It just weren't. What are you talking about? I don't know what's going through the head of yours, but it ain't what happened. Alright then. What did happen? Well, like I said before, we were trying to trace the boss's movements. GP! So I'll let Toby have a whiff of the boss's overcoat. And as soon as I done that, he went off like a shot. Straight to that sandwich. To a sandwich? Not a bag of chips. These are not of it all. I believe Gina means the witness. Ah, Beppo, what did you do? Oh, I forgot about that sandwich. Yeah, he had it in between the wooden folds of the boss's trunk. Huh. You mean when they heard the sound like a gunshot and all piled in there? Exactly! He nabbed it from the scene! Goodness! And the chief inspector gave the sandwich a good throwing, and you know what he said? I thought it was such a big prize. The chap wouldn't be needing it anymore, so... But that's all I did! Nothing more! No. What Adam and Eve, the cheek of it, eh? Stealing the dead boss's stuff to flog. So, Miss Venice wasn't the only one who meddled with the scene of the crime then. How could they? So anyway, that's how it happened. And it's a pretty decent trunk, so I figured might as well make use of it. Is there something wrong with that, eh? Well, maybe you and Mr. Sandwich should try to find the answer to that question together. You little Tobies. I think perhaps the trunk should be turned over to the police, don't you? Well, what are you on about? I am the police! Gina, if you wouldn't mind, could we maybe examine it? Yeah, I'll what then? Do what with him? Thank you! We shall make a detailed record of our examination of the evidence. Got the trap finally. Grexy, Toby, why are you angry? There's this white gash on it. Can you not open it? Let's have a look inside. Okay, what's this? There's a note, some bottles. Look, there's something inside. Ooh, let's see. It appears to be a passport authorizing him to travel overseas. The suspected Gregson about to go to France, bruh, France. Perhaps the date of departure might tell us something. That was... Oh! What is it? It was for the travel on the 31st October, just one day before the incident. What? Really? Gregson went to France that day before his body was discovered. That's a bit good. Okay, what else? Is that it? Is it just a password? Come on, there are a bunch of things here. Also, what's this? Have you seen this huge gash across the side of the trunk here? It has gone right through the leather and into the metal behind. Gosh, for a metal chest like this to have been so badly damaged, whatever but the gash must have struck the side of the trunk with considerable force. I wonder how it happened. Okay, you're not updating that? Okay. I think that's the only thing. Ooh, shit, there's blood. Fuck. Look at this dark stain here. Do you think... Yes, I'm afraid so. I think it's blood. Ugh. I knew you were going to say that. So that presumably means that this was present at the scene when Inspector Gregson was killed. And in the most it's the most logical conclusion, yes. I think Gina's been carrying this around with her. If you didn't know I did better, I suppose it looks like a grease stain from the fish's chip. Oh dear. That's it? You're not updating it? Oh wait, I need to look at the password as well. God, I'm so full of evidence. Tobias Gregson, password number within 1 week from 31st October. Port of Dunkirk, France. Post-travel business permission for the applicant and one additional person to travel. He was with someone. Oh no. What's the matter with Toby? Why is he acting so aggressively towards me all of a sudden? Mr. Naruto, be careful! It must be the trunk! doing? You're gonna lick his face off! Mr. Naruto! Mr. Naruto! Oh my god, I can't believe he's dead. Gina, quickly, hail a carriage! Was he rapidly attacked by a dog? Oh my god. What happened? Okay. Oh, Mr. Naruto, are you alright? Mrs. Sato. Hello, my dear fellows. Ah, conscious again at last. A blessed relief, my dear fellow. After all, to drop dead after a moderate licking by a small terrier. Most unseemly. What? What is or isn't seemly is irrelevant here, Mr. Shows. Oh no, he's dead. I'm so glad there's no lasting damage. How are you feeling? I'm fine, thank you. Did you bring me back here? Ah, this is on my head. A bandage? Sadly, we had no ice. So, there's a compress of sugar water. Sugar water?
Don't worry, Mr. Naruto. It's first aid treatment from that my father taught me.
Oh, thank you. Also, rabies. I hope you got a rabies shot. Hello, I'm kind of scared. Well, rabies very much existed during this time, but I don't know about like the rabies vaccine. So, let us take two while you're feeling upset. But of course, no sugar in the patient's cup. The bump on my head is throbbing sweetly enough, don't worry.
Whenever you feel ready then.
Zarmadol is swinging at your leg. I wonder when he'll finally get his other eye filled in.
Yes, I wonder.
Well, you should notice at this time. I entrusted the task to you.
The truth is, I have already decided when that will be.
What? Really? When?
That's my little secret.
It's a lovely photograph to him. I'm wondering. Oh, okay. Let's talk to Sensato first. What to do?
Are you alright, Mr. Naruto? It's rather unusual to find ourselves here in the middle of our investigations.
Oh, it's clear to me that I may have forgotten.
Please don't worry. As long as you continue to investigate thoroughly, you won't go far wrong.
Oh, yes, of course. I must head back to work as possible. Okay, weird enough.
Orange.
Thank you for your concern, Mr. Sholmes. My dear fellow, think nothing of it. I must say, I was quite startled when I heard that you'd been attacked by a dog. For a moment, I feared the infamous murderer of so many had come back from the dead. I mean, the professor. Fortunately, I see your prized fruit is unscathed. That stiff, turned-up color of yours obviously afforded some welcome protection. Was I that close to death? All I really remember is the dog licking my face all over and my face over and over and over again. Well, if you wish to avoid such troubles in the future, a little mustard spread on the cheeks would do the trick. I should think that would balance the sweetness of your bandage rather splendidly. Wait, that's it? I don't think we returned the trunk, did we? No, I didn't mean to go there, shit. Fuck. Yeah, what do we do? We move to the first floor? Yeah, because we have a bone to pick with these two.
Hear me, dim
Schwarzbiergebot. Brot und
Oh my God.
Feuerberg. Den Schlund es mir verbrannt. Ach, Hopfen, deine Wut.
This is song.
Her mit dem Knacker.
What is this song?
Hat wie ein Diamant.
What on earth is going on in here? Am I having a bad dream? Ah, no. It's an old German folk song. Rather a fine rendition, I think. That's the least of my concerns. Iris? Iris, what's the matter? Who is that that relaxed gentleman over there? You don't recognize your own dad? What did you do, Iris? Did Iris just kill a man? Iris? Is she even listening? Excuse me, sir. I do apologize for troubling you whilst you're singing so merrily, but would you be kind enough to explain the situation? I think it's that. Well, that worked. A crude gentleman and a mute young girl. A rather tantalizing juxtaposition. And one that appears to have incited the gods of deduction within me for the voices too. Ah, Mr. Schultz, do you mean, are we going to the death of deduction here? Uh-oh. A strain of reasoning with me are playing now as a delightful duet. One melody sings a reunion full of nostalgia, whilst the other is a morose theme of a great secret you're trying so desperately to conceal, Iris. She's turned as white as a sheet. So, as usual, you instantly see the very heart of the matter. And by the time my own brief performance is over, I feel sure this gentleman's song will reach its finale. Now then, to Music Land, where all the sweetness and delicacy and harmony. Pray, do enjoy Sherlock Holmes' latest logic and reasoning spectacular. Oh! It's his dressed down model, shit! Firstly, because of the gentleman's nationality, clearly he's a German with no grasp of the English language. I'm so sorry they're doing this to you, Professor Mikotoma. As evidenced by the Germanic song he sings and his apparent inability to understand when asked to desist. So, why is the man here at all and in such apparently high spirits? The answer, of course, Iris, is clearly known to you. Indeed, we need only follow the gaze of those bright young eyes to unravel the particular part of the mystery. Wait, is she have something in her mouth or is she just frowning? The reason for the man's mildly irritating wobbling is revealed by the horrible... Something wrong with her mouth. You obviously offered a German guest a cup of your latest herbal blend. The tea's delectable flavor has made the man's spirit soar and resulted in his joyful ditty tumbling incessantly from his lips. I eagerly await the sampling the flavor myself, and that I may join the fellow in this state of elation. What's wrong? Now, to the next question. Who exactly is this gentleman availing himself so thoroughly on the city? As it happens, a number of years ago now,
A certain gentleman of German origin engaged my services in solving a particularly delicate case. He required the retrieval of letters once sent to an acquaintance that might have proved problematic. In order to conceal his noble identity, he also arrived at my office in a mask. The gentleman's name was Wilhelm Gonstrich Sigismund von Osten. Isn't that the child? The King of Germany. And if my memory serves, the mask worn by this gentleman is identical. Really, Cosimo was wearing a German mask? And there can be no... the fucking face! And there can be no question, the mask belongs to the King of Germany. It would appear that His Majesty remembers the fine service I afforded him, and has decided to show his face again, mask and all, in order to express his gratitude. A well-mannered monarch indeed. Wouldn't you agree, my dear fellow? So, the identity of the visitor is in fact my former client, the King of Germany. Indeed, his son is currently in London as well, enjoying the wonders of the Great Exhibition. Girl's silence. I think she has something in her mouth. But she leaves us with one remaining imponderable. Yes, you, yo Iris. But your apparent inexplicable silence is unable to hide the truth. Yes, the reason for your mucus is concealed inside that knapsack. A £5 note, I believe. I must say, as your compatriot, I'm deeply saddened. It would appear that you've allowed yourself to be bribed into silence by His Royal Highness, earning yourself some spending money in exchange for keeping quiet about the King's secrets. And now, the final piece of the puzzle. What is the secret you strive to hide with your silence, Iris? Ah, yes. We need only follow the brief involuntary twitch of your eyes to follow the answer. You were attempting to abscond with a coffee cup. My favorite coffee cup, in fact. Oh, should I say, the handle of my favorite coffee cup. It appears that His High-Spirited Highness broke it in the midst of his high jinks. Which lets us to the sad truth. My favorite coffee cup has been broken by the King of Germany, and Iris, you try to conceal it from me! I shall have the bill sent via governmental channel to the German royal family for this replacement. Hi, the coffee cup. There he goes again. This concludes Lakshom's great introduction of this painful puzzle. And I take a sippy.
Mit dem Schwarzbiergebot.
I nearly fucking choked because it went back to that fucking song. It was so drinking. With your silence as well. The fellow's jovial wobbling rather sings in the ears, does it not? Mr. Sholmes, I must say something that's rather troubling. Pray, Mrs. Sutter, do tell. His Royal Highness doesn't appear to have moved a muscle since he arrived. Ah, and you haven't said a word either, Iris. If Mr. Schultz has it all right, you might as well own up to it now. Your reasoning isn't entirely without substance, I must admit. And one other thing, Mr. Schultz.
Yes, another grievance, Mr. Naruhodo. Surely not. Well, I actually read the story of that case recently, the one you were just describing. And according to that at least, it wasn't the king of Germany. It was the king of Bohemia. Goodness, who was it?
Yes, that's quite true. Master Gotts, the prince, testified to that in court. In his words, I have come to see the great exhibition all the way from my home in Bohemia.
I would ask you to keep that matter to yourselves. It could easily become quite a scandal.
I believe, Mr. Naruhodo,
That it's our turn to make some corrections to the number of minor errors that may have slipped in. Yes, even Mr. Scholes is willing to admit that he might be slightly wide of the mark this time. Although it's clear that Arius is definitely hiding something. We need to find out the truth behind his mysterious scene. But one truth is incontrovertible. My favorite coffee cup is the war. I'll get used to it. I have like 3 of my cups broken just this year. So, shall we embark again on the joint presentation of Herlock Sholmes' logic and reasoning spectacular? Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Okay, I'll skip the ones that he's already mentioned. The fucking music, stop! Okay. Oh, they're the mask. So what? It's some mix of herbs to give you the urge to sing.
Goodness, I should like to try some.
I'd like to hear your singing, but this man... Just how long does he intend to keep up that tune, do you suppose?
As I said, it's been stock still the entire time, and if you look closely, his lips aren't moving either.
Ah!
So I'm sure what's actually responsible for the spirit is singing. But I suspect the answer lies in the
End of the gaze of Iris's gaze. Poor man. What do they have to say about the mask? We know this mask. Oh, you're right. So does that mean? No, surely not. Could it be? Could it?
No, it must definitely not him.
Oh no, of course it's not. Thank goodness.
But then, why is this gentleman now wearing it? I'm afraid once again, I really have no idea.
Wait, this...
It's a gramophone. Still rarely seen in our own country. The sound certainly appears to be coming from this horn.
But machine's singing! That can't be right! Oh man, I can't wait for the Musket to reach like the 2012s or 2008s where Vocaloid starts singing.
Science and technology are changing the world rapidly, Mr. Naruto. What's right is changing. Too.
It's too much for my brain.
Well, at least we found our answer.
The reason for the band's widely irritated warbling is revealed by the gramophone. Indeed, a well-bred gentleman would break into an obscure folk song when making a social call. In other words, this gentleman isn't singing at all. In fact, it would appear that the fellow is unconscious. Ah, the music seems to have stopped now. I ask you, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Why would I have purchased a recording of that gibberish? How should I know? Well, never mind. On with the deduction. Who exactly is this gentleman availing himself so with TT? Okay, we've done this. You're completely wrong. This reminds me of the conversation I had with Final the other day about how it's very rude to mistake Germany for Bohemia, but
Although we've already established that it was actually the King of Bohemia, it seems to show instances of precision in his Germany period for some reason. Come to think of it, the young prince was wearing a mask as well, wasn't he? Master Gotts, that boy whom you had in tears. Oh! Don't remind me, or anyone else. Do you suppose all members of the aristocracy of mainland Europe wear masks? I'm sure they do. Well, probably anyway. Point is, the mask doesn't belong to any king. No, that's right, as we well know. Because we can identify the true owner of this mask. That belongs to Solgi. Wait, this is weird. I'm just saying. I want to say it belongs to Van Zeke, but... Yes, there can be no question. That mask belongs to Kazuma Asogi. In other words, my memory is sublimely unreliable. And this yet admits it. Only you could try to make that sound positive. Kazuma's mask has been languishing on this metal chest for several days, though that doesn't explain why the gentleman is wearing it now. But it is now a simple matter of to determine our guest's true identity. After all, the gentleman is unconscious. We need only excuse ourselves in advance, gently lift the mask and peer underneath it. Oh, oh man. I don't believe it. Father! Oh, that is so cute! I didn't know she had an animation for that. Oh man, I wish Suzu was part of the dance of deduction too sometimes. I'm afraid, Mr. Sato, you must be Mr. No! I think not, Mr. Sholmes. Then it would appear our logic and reasoning has once again revealed the truth. This mysterious visitor is my unconscious father, Eugene Mikatova. That is so cute! Logic and reasoning are just looking and saying. What is this picture? Oh no! You have something in your mouth, what is it? You young Iris. Design and hide the truth. This is a knapsack. 5 pounds note poking. So that's a 5-pound note poking out of Iris's knapsack, is it? Oh dear, I can't be sure. Most money that we encounter is coin form. I know. I'm not even sure if I've ever seen any banknotes here in Britain at all, have we? But anyway, Father would never have paid money for Iris's silence. He certainly seems like the silent type by himself, though, judging from his present state. There must be some other reason for Iris's silence, I suppose. Perhaps was Iris trying so hard to not give away with her eyes. It's something entirely different. Oh, this is an awkward angle. Now think of it, Iris always wears that little bag on her back, doesn't she? Yes, that's right. Though it's easy to forget about it because you can't see it from the front. There are 2 little dolls attached to it as well. Are there? I had no idea. I don't remember ever seeing them before. Is it possible that there's always 5 pounds poking out from her bag that I just hadn't noticed before too? I couldn't say with absolute certainty, but I think it's unlikely. Ooh, this is awkward. Oof. Persian slipper. Why is this part? The slipper featured in the Adventures of Herlock shows, doesn't it? It does. When I first saw it went to the mantelpiece, I very near fainted with excitement.
Doesn't Iris keep her allowances there? In there?
Yes, that's part of the... That was never mentioned in the stories.
We could swap it for a Japanese equivalent of a slipper for fun. In other words, for a wooden geta sandal. But then it wouldn't be possible to hide anything inside. Which matters because... Oh.
The metal chest, it contains important documents, doesn't it?
Yes. Details of the cases Mr. Scholes has worked on over the years. Written up by Iris' father, if I remember correctly. Iris insists that the chest is kept locked at all times. She's never once shown inside.
Well, its contents are valuable to her, I suppose. It's entirely irreplaceable. But look at it now. The catch is unlocked for once.
Ah! So it is! That's hard to ignore.
Very. I've never seen the chest unlocked before. And all the time we've been staying here in Baker Street.
Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside the metal... Please do not tell me you ate the paper, Iris. An excellent observation. For upon closer inspection, there is something different about the chest's appearance. It's kept locked at all times, yet now the catch is open. Evidently, this has something to do with your refusal to speak, Iris. But it's simple enough matter to incite you to speak, I'm sure. I merely need to open this chest. Do you know, Skin? No, you're bullying a 10-year-old. Here we go. No! Harley, don't! Oh, Jesus. Oh, Hurley, I told you not to open it. Wait, I need a screen count. This is so fucking funny. Wait 1 second. Ah, so you found your voice now, Iris. Ah! In other words, what just happened clearly reveals the truth here. Yes, the real reason for your silence until now is...
This is somewhat different from the usual dance introduction you perform with Mr. Scholes, isn't it?
Well, he's left me alone in the ballroom. Wow! Wow! That's... That is some way to describe it. Well, he's left me alone in the ballroom floor, so I'm going to have to dance this part. Now this next part solo. Excuse me. And anyway, I need to get to the bottom of this for my own peace of mind. Now then, Iris isn't usually the silent type, so...
You mean you don't actually know the answer yet?
Despite that knowing point on your finger before. Mr. Sato, sometimes a man needs to point his fingers first and think later.
Oh, well, if you say so. I think we'd better examine Iris more closely and try to rescue the situation then.
Oh, that's very cute. You wanna see the little tools? Ooh, the key. For some reason, this knapsack really is standing out as suspicious to me today. Oh, is it? It's quite sizable enough for a sizable secret, that's what I say.
Perhaps it is, but we certainly can't open it up to look inside without Iris's permission.
No, you're right. Who knows what might pop up and punches? Ooh, I'm really glad we're seeing like some interior. Wait, I think so. This is the whole room we're always seeing. I don't know. But that's probably Sherlock's room, right? I don't know where that door leads. I don't know where that door leads. Maybe the kitchen? Or maybe that's Iris's room. Yeah, I saw it. That's the key she's holding. Look. I'm sure that isn't in her hands before, was it?
No, you're quite right. It appears as if by magic.
That's strange. A big old iron key. Where did it materialize from? Is it the... Ooh, it's a chest I see over there. Cute. So I think this is Iris's room, Sherlock's room, and maybe that door is what leads up to the attic? Yes, the real reason for your silence until now is the key behind your bag. Ah! Well, when Mr. Schultz was thrown into the air before. Are we really seeing it? Just before you're called out to try to stop him, you slipped something out of your mouth. You really had that thing in your mouth, girl! That something is the key in your hands. No doubt, the key to the chest.
You're so clever, Bruno!
So now it becomes clear. Thanks to Mr. Show's graphic demonstration, we can well imagine what happened here. Professor Mikotoba also opened that metal chest only to be punched into the air. And land sprawled on the CT.
But wait! That doesn't explain all the facts! What is that stylish scarf and that cup of tea? And above all, why would he be wearing Kazuma-sama's mask?
Well, for those curious details, I can think of only one explanation. Clearly, an unbelievable miracle took place in this room. Isn't that right, Iris? Considering how the room was arranged before this whole painful experience took place, when Professor Mikotoba opened the chest, completely unaware of what awaited him inside, the mask was flung into the air just as he was, only to land neatly on his face when it fell back down. And the teacup's journey for the air ended with it being caught in the unconscious professor's finger.
You mean to say that the stylish scarf
is actually a tablecloth? This is the great detective's office, after all, a place of miraculous deductions. And I take a sip. Oh, they're so cute! They get to do it together! Would you expect anything less?
Yes, you're right. It happened exactly as you said. Brilliant, Bruno!
This concludes Ryuno's Kanada's great deduction of this punchy puzzle. Ah, you little shit. You're so smug in yourself. You're so cute.
So then, why don't I make a fresh pot of tea for us all?
Ooh! An admirable performance, Mr. Naruhodo. Ooh, he had an objection! But in the final act of the show there, you rather missed something of importance. Mr. Sholmes! If you would cast your mind back to my earlier detection. Iris, clearly you're hiding a great secret. Ah! She is? From the looks in her face. Oh. And Mr. Sholmes must be right. Whatever the great secret, the cat's out of the bag yet. Wait, I need to take a fucking screenshot of this. This looks like a meme template. So, I put it to you again. You were attempting to abscond with a coffee cup. It really is a shame about Mr. Sholmes' cup. It must have been smashed when Professor Mikoto opened the chest. Oh dear, so many things seem to have been broken here. But now that the deduction has taken a different direction, Iris doesn't seem to be trying to hide the broken cup anymore. In other words, her great secret is something else. Let's put our observation skills to work here one final time then.
Oh. Oh, he feels so mean.
Oh, what's this? Ah, look! There! There seems to be some paper there. So Iris is trying to hide them underneath that tray.
The insignia! Mr. Naruhodo!
It's an official Scotland Yard document! What? But
why would Iris have... We must ask her.
An official Scotland Yard document. You were attempting to abscond with that case file. Iris, as you very well know, nothing escapes the attention of a great detective. I need to take a sippy.
Oh no!
We visited Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory earlier today, and Dr. Gorey informed us that the autopsy report of Clint Van Zeeks had gone missing. Clint Van Zeeks? Yes, I do seem to recall that some years ago I asked to see the report in question. You were with me, weren't you, Iris? You mean it was you, Iris? So those papers you have there are...
I'm sorry. Forgive me! Oh no, you made her cry!
You made her cry, Ryunosuke! In truth, I would like to have thought I could have predicted the booby trap chest, but it caught me completely off guard. I was very nearly the late consulting detective Herlong Schultz.
I'm sorry, Hurley.
So you mean this autopsy report really is?
Yes, I took it from the lab, even though I knew it was very important. Was there something in it that troubled you, Iris? Not exactly something that troubled me. Something I'd been looking for. When I saw this report, when I saw the writing in it, I knew it was Daddy's.
The writing?
Your father's writing. What do you really mean?
Iris? It must be something that's hard for her to talk about. Forgive me for interrupting, my dear fellows. Mr. Sholmes, what is it? I feel as though the poor unconscious gentleman on the settee has been somewhat forgotten. Perhaps we should find our guest somewhere more peaceful to rest. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Would you be so kind as to lend him your bed? We must do our very best to make him comfortable, I feel. Oh yeah, of course. I can help you carry him.
So will I.
No, I can manage alone. Thank you. You have tea to enjoy. We wouldn't want Iris Brutus too. Okay, bye. Because there's no better way to make the professor comfortable than dragging him upstairs like a trunk. Oh no! I wonder, perhaps that was deliberate. Maybe Mr. Sholmes is making himself scarce to give Iris a chance to talk more freely.
We must use this opportunity to talk with Iris and find out what's going on.
I'm curious. Oh, wow. Huh? Sorry, Marius? Still the same. Okay, everything's still the same in the room.
Your daddy.
Would you like to tell us about it, Iris? About your father?
I'm sure I told you before, didn't I? That Daddy used to be Hurley's partner.
Yes. And the notes about all the cases were solved together are kept inside a metal chest.
That's right! Hurley told me, you see. He said that Daddy's somewhere far away now, so we can't meet.
That's one way of describing it.
Then, when I secretly unlocked the chest and read through the papers inside, I started to build up a picture of in my head of what Daddy must be like.
Well, that's only natural.
You're just like any other girl of your age. I read that Daddy was a professor of medical science, so I studied and took my degree too.
But, well, that's only natural, I suppose.
In that respect, you're not quite like any other girls of your age, though. But there was one thing that I could never find out. Daddy's name. Oh, his name wasn't anywhere on any of the notes that he'd made about his work with Hurley. But then, one day...
That's what happened, isn't it? When you saw this autopsy report, you finally managed to work it out. Is that right? Do we have it? I wanted to read it.
Yes!
So it was the handwriting in the report that caught her eye.
When I saw the writing on the report, I could hardly believe it. I know that handwriting, I thought to myself.
Because it was the same as the writing you've seen on your father's case notes.
Exactly. I was desperate to compare the two properly. I needed to see them side by side. I asked the doctor in the laboratory, but I was told I couldn't take the report away. And even worse, I was told that it was the first and last time we'd be allowed to even look at it there. Why?
So you decided to steal it.
When I compared the autopsy report with the case notes I had here, there was no doubt. The handwriting was exactly the same. It was Daddy's.
And the signature of the coroner at the bottom of the autopsy report read Dr. John H. Wilson.
So that's how I finally found out. I learned Daddy's name at last.
I see.
Ever since then, I've called myself Iris Wilson. And that's also when I had a brilliant idea of writing stories all about Daddy's exciting times with Hurley. I decided there and then that I'd write The Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes.
Oh, Iris, I had no idea the stories had quite such a deep personal significance for you. I can't see why the autopsy report was so important to her now. And why she was prepared to break the law to get her hands on it. I must apologize, Iris.
This is really all my fault.
Really?
I made a promise, you see, that until the time was right, I'd keep the details about your father a secret.
I know. I've been very naughty. I'll take the autopsy report back to Dr. Gory and apologize. I promise.
Yes, we'll go together, I think.
Then, let me look after it for you until we get there.
Woo! Let me see, let me see, let me see. Let me see. I need to see. I need to see. I need to see. Okay, clean.
Oh, I died at 33!
Oh, same time. Between 9 p.m. and midnight, 31st of May. Death from a single stab wound to the heart. Other superficial external wounds indicative of a duel. Okay. Recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring finger.
Hi, Matt!
Recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring finger on the right hand, but no documents in corresponding ink was found. Autopsy findings: vital evidence recovered from the victim's stomach during autopsy. What did you find inside? Credit to Inspector Gregson for petitioning so doggedly for the autopsy procedure. No internal trauma noted anywhere in the body. What was the vital evidence? Phew. Oh, are you hearing it? Are you hearing the roosters outside?
I must go and water my herbs, I think. I'll see you all later.
Poor Iris. She must be feeling awful. I know Mr. Schultz is here for her, but still.
How? What's the meaning of this, Mr. Schultz?
Mr. Schultz? Oh dear me. So, you've noticed, I see.
But that will mean... What on earth's the matter, Mr. Sato?
You've turned as white as a sheet.
It's this autopsy report, Mr. Naruhodo. The one from 10 years ago. The writing isn't Dr. Whistle's at all.
Huh? What do you mean? How could you possibly know that?
Because I know this writing very well.
It's your dad's?
This writing is my father's.
What? No, Sasata is great. Wait. Chotowate. So you're saying that all of the Oh my god! I can't believe Mikatoma just said that to to our faces. I can't believe he just said that. No, Dr. Jana H. Wilson wasn't Sherlock Holmes' partner because it was me all along. What? Professor Mikatobas? Indeed, it's true. And now you know. My dear fellows. No, I don't know anything. What on earth does all of this mean, Mr. Schultz? Because the idea that's slowly forming in my mind is just too extraordinary to believe. Please, you have to explain. Okay? Out of your partner. So, this autopsy report was actually penned by Professor Mikatoba then. But that makes no sense. It's not possible, surely. Not possible. My dear fellow, pray, take a deep breath and think again. Well,
yes, you're right. In some ways, it actually makes a great deal of sense.
It does?
10 years ago, when my father returned to Japan after his extended study tour in Britain.
And prior to his return, where was Dr. Mikotoba engaged? Ah, of course! He was an assistant of Dr. Wilson's laboratory, learning about forensic science. And, as an assistant, he would have aided with the dissection work, making detailed notes, which would be assembled into a full autopsy report. Once the work is complete, the head coroner would check the contents and put his signature on the documents. In other words, the only writing Dr. Wilson's in the report would be his signature in the end. I see. So Iris got the wrong end of the stick, you mean? She saw that and assumed the whole report has been written by Dr. John H. Wilson. Which is very understandable, of course. What a complicated situation. Is that really all we're gleaming from that? Not even like about Clint himself? Your partner! Thinking about it, most of what we know about you, Mr. Sholmes, comes from the published stories of your exploits. Yes, the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, written by Iris. And we really have no way of knowing what's fact and what's fiction. Most troubling for you, my dear fellow, I'm sure. So, what about the supposed partner of yours? Did you really exist or not? Ah, you've come straight to the point, I see. And please, come straight to the answer. I believe Iris explained in one of the installments. He was a trusted comrade, and the only person I could truly have called a friend. Aww! 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 1 second, guys. Oh, Jesus Christ. What did she say? And did this partner of yours truly make a record of all your cases? Are his notes really stored inside that metal chest? Absolutely, madame. Absolutely. So, where's your partner now? We rarely meet. You see, he lives on the other side of the world. But if this autopsy report and records of all your old cases were penned by the same hand, and if the autopsy report was written, though not signed, by your famous partner, that would make only one logical conclusion. Pray, impress me. Oh dear! Your partner would have to be Eugene Mikotoba. In other words, Mrs. Sato's father. Hold my word, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? You are coming along wonderfully. You have hit upon the method at last. You finally gasped the art of deduction. You mean to say... Allow me to introduce you to my greatest friend and partner, Mikotoba. Oh, what is this music? Oh, I love it. Oh. Professor Mikotoba. Also Mikotoba. Does this mean that you're the real Dr. Wilson? No, my dear. I'm still my old self, Eugene Mikotoba, your father. Of course. This is obviously too much for Susato-san to take in. I must say, though, How my old friend has attained worldwide celebrity as a great mystery solver of the greatest mystery of all. I'll take a sip to that. I love this music. I still remember the first time I met. Ah, great. Remind me, when was it again, Mikotoba? 16 years ago, Shows. Ah, yes, quite! 16 years ago. I just arrived from Japan at Seishiro and Genshin. I was in search of lodgings up close to the hospital, some comfortable room at a reasonable price. But rents are devilishly high in that particular area. That's right, so I decided I needed someone to share the lodgings and expense. And was fortunate enough to be introduced to Sholmes, who found himself in a similar situation. I was a callow fellow back then, in the shadow of a great detective. You see before you now, I take a sip again. I was working at the hospital's chemical laboratory at the time, indulging my curiosities for a little gain. Oh, so he did study chemistry. Well, that would kind of make sense, yeah. And the situation of our cohabitation led to us pursuing cases together, see. Hard to believe. It was a mere 6 years. We had a great many adventures. But in the last year of Mikotoba's stay in prison, that most infamous case presented itself. The case with which you've become rather familiar yourselves, the Professor killings. After the trial, Seishiro and I were summoned back home. Hardly surprising, given the circumstances. So, there you have it. Jesus Christ, I can't believe these two are friends. They look nothing close to the age. And, as you know, all the details recorded by my trusty chronicler remains in that metal chest. This is just amazing! Professor Mikotoba really is Mr. Sholmes' famous partner. Uh-oh.
Father,
Goodness, my dear, what a cutting look!
as your daughter, I'm very proud to learn that you were the great detective's great partner.
I take a sippy.
But, nevertheless, there's another mystery that I must ask you to explain now.
And that is...
You know very well what it is. The unresolved matter of Iris's father.
Ah, of course. I almost forgotten about that one. I should have seen this coming, I suppose. So it's not Wilson, that's for sure.
Iris told us that all the notes from the great detective's adventures are here in that metal chest, were written by her father. Isn't that correct, Mr. Sholmes?
That is indeed what I told young Iris.
But if you're Mr. Sholmes' partner, father, and you wrote all those case notes, then Iris's father
Must be you! Ah! What did you do? On my word, Mrs. Sato. You are coming along wonderfully as well. You too have hit upon the method at last. You finally grasped the art of deduction. What?
What you've always told me, father, is that my mother died when I was born 16 years ago, and you left me in my grandmother's care whilst you embarked on your study to return. But I've always accepted it, and I've always accepted that. But all this about Iris.
Ooh, there it is! Susato's ice cold stare! Ryunosuke is happy for once it's not directed at him. No, now hold on a minute. It was very complicated. I mean, it's really not what you think.
Then perhaps you'd like to explain exactly what it is.
There it is. Now the ice goes from ice cold to red hot just before she.
No, really, you've got the wrong end of the stick. Show him, say something, man.
Oh my god, I love the mess you've created. That's quite enough, my fiery fellows. Mr. Shows, when did he get dressed up? Oh my god! Ghost, thank you so much for the hydrate. I've been drinking so much actually. Hi, long time no see. Well, I don't like to interrupt this exciting exploration of the past. Mikatoba and I have an urgent matter that requires a short excursion. But it's very late, Mr. Sholmes. Where must you go? Why, madame, is that not obvious? My partner and I must pursue our natural enemies. So, get your cloak, Mikatoba. The game is afoot. Ooh, I like this music. But Sholmes! I really must give Susato a full explanation, I think. Later, my dear fellow, later. Our carriage awaits downstairs already. You haven't changed one iota, have you? I mean, really. I visit our home after 10 long years. Hour? And when I opened that chest, in a fit of nostalgia, I quite inexplicably passed out. And as if that wasn't enough, when I eventually regained my consciousness, I plunged straight into all of this. Father, please, go with Mr. Shows now. Well, I've no doubt that whatever happened, you are acting in everyone's best interest. I trust you completely. Susato. And sending the great detective and his great partner off on a renewed adventure together, I will have to take another sip because of that. It's more than I could have hoped for in my wildest dreams. Very well then, we'll speak again later. I hope you don't die. Oh my god, thank you so much for the hydrate again. And it's okay, my poster is actually straight for once. So, I believe our own work is done for today. I wish you the best of luck for tomorrow. Yes, Naruhodo, good luck in the battle. And even richer decision. I don't want to go back! The decision? But whether I go back to Japan, I suppose.
今日はあまりにもいろいろなことが起こりすぎた。しかし後になって僕たちは知ることになる。
What's this? Why do I have like that? Has it always been there? Why is this like... Has it always been there? Wasn't that a red thing on my screen?
その混乱の中にこそ全ての真実を知るために必要な手がかりがあったのだと。そして僕自身が覚悟を決めるためにもそれは必要なことだったのかもしれない。
What? Wait, what do you mean end? What do you mean end? The twisted karma in his last bow. The resolve of the Inosuke Naruto. Hey, that's the title of the game! Oh my goodness. It's already 6 a.m. here at my time, so I don't think I can last any longer, to be honest. Once again, I really am sorry. I overslept. I had a headache before the stream, or like a few hours before the stream, so I thought like a nap would help. And to be fair, it did help. I don't have a headache anymore when I started the stream, but it also meant that I was like late for what? For 4 hours? 2 hours? I'm so sorry about that. But what day is it? It's only Friday, so I have another stream tonight. So yeah, I will have another stream tonight with the following of this. Oh wait, I just noticed it said final. Ooh. Oh man, I don't know what to do then. Okay, maybe I won't have a stream tonight. And because it's saying final, maybe I'll leave it again for the next week. Yeah, that's gonna be my plan for now. My next stream is gonna be on Monday again. Because it says final. So I wanna like dedicate the whole week again for it. I don't know if it's gonna be long or not, but might as well, right? Might as well. Ooh, that just opened up more questions and answer, to be honest, and I'm really hoping that the last chapter will answer all of them. I am so excited for it. But with that, I will have to say goodbye to everyone who dropped by. Thank you so much for hanging out. It was very, very fun. And I will meet you all again on Monday. Same time as usual. Or I would like to assume as usual, as long as I don't oversleep again. And I will be signing off. Jan, everyone. Bye bye. See you on Monday. Bye. I'll set my stream counter back up. And I'll fix that so anyone can check if everyone's curious. And so bye bye. Bye bye. Jan.